This story belongs to Hania Karimi, a girl who learned too soon that life isn't always fair.
Dear listeners, if you have ever been afraid to fall,
But couldn't stop yourself.
If you've ever wanted to believe in love, even when the odds were against you.
Then this is your story too.
hey, if you like the type of content I make, hit subscribe. That way, the next story will just pop up right on your wall, waiting for you.
Chapter 1. Hania. Mr. Stanley, my new boss, stops short in front of me, eyeing me like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Is he wondering if I'm going to be a problem? Maybe unreliable? I push down the lump forming in my throat and force a calm smile. I don't say it, but I'd probably walk a tightrope if it meant keeping this job. He glances down at the clipboard in his hands. How do you say your name? It's Hania, I explain, keeping my tone light. Like Tanya, but with an H. I grin wide. Maybe too wide. My college friend Charlotte pulled some strings with her husband, Mason Kincaid, a big-time real estate guy, to get me this job at one of his restaurants. The pay is miles better than my last gig, and I'm determined to hold on to it. Hania, do you have any previous serving experience? I worked as a barista, I answer, folding my hands and leaning in slightly. Got Employee of the Month more than once for my attitude and work ethic. He lifts his eyes to the ceiling like he's praying for patience. Barista. Fantastic, he mutters with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Under his breath, I think I hear him say something about being stuck with the flavor of the month. I blink, confused. What does that even mean? But I don't ask. He checks a box beside my name. You'll help with chair setup for the ceremony. Once that's done, guests will move outside for drinks. We'll flip the room for the reception. Fast turnaround, got it? Absolutely. No problem. He continues. You're probably aware, but the groom's a close friend and business partner of the Kincaids. Everything today needs to run smoothly. No slip-ups. I nod eagerly, even though I didn't actually know that. Perfect. Smooth. All over it. He gives me another slow once-over, unimpressed. Don't expect any favors just because you know the Kincaids. We treat everyone the same here. With that jab, he walks off. Great. It feels like he already dislikes me, and mostly because I'm connected to Charlotte. Looking around, I notice the staff is splitting into two clusters. One group is all women, the other mixed with 3 guys and 1 girl. Hey, over here, the lone girl in the guy group calls, giving me a quick wave. You're with us. Setup and takedown crew. Relief washes over me. Someone being friendly on day 1? That's gold. Thanks, I say as I head over. I'm Brittany, she offers. Hania. Her eyes light up. That's such a unique name. And girl, you're stunning. I blink, not quite sure what to say. Sometimes women are just open and direct, but other times, compliments come with an edge. Thank you. So are you. She beams at that, obviously fishing for the return compliment. I'm okay with that. If feeding her ego means I get some help today, I'm all in. I moved to Vegas to be a showgirl, she says, striking a pose. Still working on it, but I think I'm almost there. I nod politely. No clue what she looked like before, but in uniform, she blends in like the rest of us. White button-up, black slacks, hair neatly tied back. One of the guys claps to get our attention. I'm tonight's coordinator. Guest list is under 20. We'll set 10 chairs on each side of the arch. We follow him out of the back and into the event space, and my breath catches. The floral arch is stunning, exploding with exotic colors that transform the room. Giant arrangements along the walls match the theme perfectly. I know, right? Brittany whispers. If showgirl dreams fall through, I'm marrying a guy who can afford flowers like these. I smirk. She's definitely someone who aims high. My goals are way more grounded. After my dad vanished, Mom moved us to the U.S. 10 years later, she passed too. Since then, I've taken care of my younger brother, who has a rare liver disease. All I want is to get him the treatment he needs. I'd settle for decent health insurance. She chuckles. Girl, with your looks, you should be thinking way bigger. I glance down at my shirt, adjusting it self-consciously. I doubt it. Guys seem interested until they hear about my responsibilities. Then they vanish. We get to work. Chairs, linens, table settings. Once the ceremony ends, we'll only have minutes to transform the space. We wait quietly in a side room as the guests arrive. Every man in designer suits, every woman done up like a celebrity. Charlotte walks in on Mason's arm, and when she spots me, she flashes a thumbs up. I try to smile back, but missed her. Stanley's glare from across the room tightens my shoulders. Now that, Brittany says, is the kind of guy I need. One of the male crew members snorts. Please, you'd be in his bed before the appetizer hit the table. Buzz off, Brian, she shoots back. At least I'm honest. You're a proud bottom and twice as thirsty. She leans into me. Avoid Brian. He's a drama queen. Says the escort, Brian calls. Wait, what? Brittany shrugs. Yeah, I do escort work. Good cash. And it teaches you class. I don't always sleep with them, just when the tip's big enough. I keep my lips pressed shut. I'm not judging, but I'd rather avoid that career path. The ceremony begins. I exhale quietly, grateful for the break in conversation. The groom steps up, classic suit, but inked hands and a confident edge. He looks tough. Then the bride appears, radiant in a fitted gown, and his face softens in a way that makes you believe in love stories. Brittany and I both sigh. Ugh, the estrogen in this room is killing me, Brian complains. Is this why weddings turn women into mush? Shut it, Brittany hisses. The groom's Killian Blackwell. His brother's some duke in the UK. Seriously? I whisper. Yup, and the family does high-end real estate with rumored mob ties. Killian's their fixer, from what I hear. I glance at Charlotte. She really married into a whole different world. They work with Mason Kincaid, Brittany adds. And Grizz Blackwell is engaged to Arabella Kincaid. High society marrying into more high society. Makes sense. But the biggest deal is Tristan Blackwell, Brittany whispers, pointing subtly. Billionaire playboy, sitting right there. All I can see is the back of his head, his perfectly tailored suit, and the tan at the nape of his neck. Where's his date? No clue, but he's been linked to Veronica Claremont. You know, model thin, rich, fashion goddess. Of course, someone with a name like Veronica, probably flawless. I sigh, quietly this time. Guys like that don't date girls like me, and I can't afford distractions anyway. My brother needs me focused. The officiant says, "You may kiss the bride," and I snap back to reality. Once the guests move outside, it's time to flip the room. Only 2 people linger, Tristan Blackwell and an older woman covered in sparkling rings. As I spread a tablecloth, she snaps her fingers. You there? Is there Chardonnay? I'd prefer that over champagne. I freeze. Tristan turns to look at me, and my heart skips. If he looked good from the back, his face is dangerously handsome. Warm brown eyes, sculpted features, and just enough softness to make him approachable. Of course, ma'am. I'll find some right away. I rush to the bar. Chardonnay for someone inside, I say. The bartender teases. This isn't for you, right? I blink. What? No dash dash. He winks. Just kidding. First day nerves, huh? I hurry back, wineglass in hand, only to find Tristan waiting alone. My steps falter. What now? He steps closer, slips a card into my hand, and gently takes the glass. Call me, he says, voice low and rich. I freeze. This can't be happening. Mr. Kincaid has strict policies. Mason's voice cuts in. Tristan? What's the holdup? I wince. This looks bad. Mason spots me. Hania, is my business partner bothering you? Hania, Tristan repeats. Unique name. I slip the card into my pocket. It's Persian. My mother. I stop, noticing Mr. Stanley glaring. Apologies, Mr. Kincaid. I'll get back to setting tables. It's fine, Mason says. Tris has a habit of pulling people off task. Actually, Tristan says, I was going to offer her a job. She seems exceptional. My head snaps up. A job? Mason smiles. She is. That's why you can't have her. I swallow hard, trapped between two powerful men. I'm grateful, but Mr. Stanley quote. Mason chimes in. Wish I could help more. I know how hard weekend shifts are when you're caring for family. Tristan watches me, his gaze intense. If you need flexibility, I have a role at my house. Very adaptable. I take a step back, overwhelmed. There are doctor's appointments. He leans in. Call me. They walk away, leaving me standing with a card in hand and panic rising. Brian and Mr. Stanley look ready to explode. Mr. Stanley motions me over. What was that? She asked for wine. Then you send a server. Not chat while others do your job. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. You're right. It won't. Don't bother coming in tomorrow and take the rest of the night off. Tears sting. Am I being fired? Can't fire a Kincaid recommendation, but you won't be getting any more shifts. Same difference. I nod, turn, and try not to cry. In the back, Brittany slips an arm around my shoulder. Forget them. They're jealous 'cause you got attention from the top. Mason? Is he nice? He's okay, I mutter, but I really needed this job. She stops. Give me your phone. What? Phone. I hand it over. She types something in. If you need fast money, call me. I got side gigs that pay well. I hope I never have to. But in case. I collect my stuff and walk out. Today I didn't get fired, but it sure feels like it. 2 job offers, both disasters. One clear option. Call Tristan Blackwell. My stomach twists. Feels like trading one mess for another. Chapter 2. Hania. Darius watches me with raised eyebrows as I adjust the floral sundress I chose for the interview. You're really going out in that? He's 15 and thinks he's got life figured out. Yes, I am. What would you suggest instead, fashion expert? Literally anything else. You look like you're headed out on a date. His words make me hesitate. That's not the impression I want to give. Not even close. The truth is, I'm not thrilled about the idea of working for Tristan Blackwell. My reaction to him the other night was way too intense. Still, I don't really have a choice. I glance down at the dress again in the mirror. It's not the kind of thing a woman from Tristan's world would wear. His type probably wears high-end fabrics, sleek, minimalistic cuts, paired with designer heels. But this is what I've got. I'm a college student, and the best thing I've got on my resume is being a barista. I'm also a resident assistant at the university, but that's more of a rent exchange gig than a job. Mostly, I help drunk students find their keys at 2 a.m. I wore this dress to that interview, too. I should really invest in something more professional, but I don't have the funds. It'll have to do, I sigh. Darius stares at me through the mirror. You should buy something nicer. I know where that comment is coming from. His frustration about our money situation often shows up as irritation, so I let it go. Grabbing my purse and fixing my sandal strap, I say, I'll be back soon. I'm not a kid. I can handle myself. I know, I snap, a bit sharper than I mean to. But if you're so mature, maybe don't snap at me while I'm trying to stay calm. His shoulders drop. Sorry, Hania. I hate that you always have to hustle like this. I understand. I do. Love means doing what needs to be done, even when it's tough. I walk over, standing on my toes, to kiss his cheek. His jaundice is more noticeable today, and my chest tightens. Wish me luck. Good luck, he says. And don't take the job if the guy's a jerk. I nod, but let's be real. I'm going to take any job Tristan offers. It's not about wanting to work for him. I just can't afford to say no. I head outside and walk 3 blocks to Clark County Road to catch the bus. I already mapped everything out. Address, transit time, walking directions. No way am I risking being late. Even though I gave myself plenty of time, My foot keeps tapping nervously as the bus rolls through central Vegas. Tourists pile on and off while I sit stiffly, hands clenching and unclenching in my lap. I glance down at my dress again. Darius might have a point. Maybe I should have gone with my white button-up and black pants. Even if it screams waitress, it still looks more polished than this. Eventually, the bus pulls into the western edge of town, and I get off. I unfold the map I printed, double-checking my route. I'm hopeless with walking GPS. There's still a good 30 minutes before my appointment. I try to pace myself to avoid sweating under the sun, but even with slow steps, the heat creeps up my back. I lift my hair to cool my neck and stick to shaded areas where I can. Vegas summers are relentless, though thankfully dry. Still better than the sticky humidity I remember from Iran, back when we lived by the sea. I miss the ocean, but Vegas is our home now. After my mom passed away 2.5 years ago, Darius became my whole world. His health issues make living in the U.S. a necessity. When I reach Tristan's place, the view through the tall iron gate is jaw-dropping. The mansion gleams in the sun, all white stone and elegant roof lines, surrounded by perfectly kept grounds. It looks like something out of a luxury magazine. A speaker clicks on. "Can I help you?" "Hania Darvani. I have a meeting with Mr. Blackwell." A buzzing noise sounds, and I push through a smaller door built into the gate. It shuts behind me with a solid clang. I walk up the long drive, eyes drifting to the immaculate landscaping. Everything's green and vibrant, impressive considering the desert climate. The front door swings open as I reach the steps. A woman in a black knee-length dress greets me. "Hania?" "Yes," I say, not sure whether to extend my hand. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise." "I'm Mrs. Wraith. Come on in." The cool air inside is instantly refreshing. The marble floors gleam, and the entryway is spacious and grand. She gestures down a hallway. "This way." I follow her quietly, trying to move gracefully. We walk toward the back of the house until she opens a door and steps aside, motioning me inside. It's a modest office. I take the seat she indicates, adjusting my dress behind me as I sit. Is she the one interviewing me? Will I be working under her? I feel a wave of relief wash over me. If I don't have to interact directly with Tristan, this might be manageable. Maybe even ideal. "So, Hania," she begins, "Mr. Blackwell recommended you for a role on our house staff. Have you worked in private service before?" "I've worked as a barista and a server," I say with a polite smile. She smiles kindly. "I meant more in terms of housekeeping." My cheeks flush. "Oh, right. I've done deep cleaning at the coffee shop. Those espresso machines are no joke." She nods. "That's useful. We might place you in the kitchen to start." "Oh, so the position is in the kitchen?" Her eyebrows lift slightly like I've caught her off guard. "Not exactly. It's just a good entry point. Once we see how you fit, we may move someone else into the other role." "That sounds reasonable." I exhale slowly. "I'm a quick learner and a dedicated worker," I say. "If you give me a shot, I'll prove myself." She softens. "I believe that. Mr. Blackwell mentioned you may need a flexible schedule for medical appointments." I hesitate. "Yes, I hope that's not a problem. My brother's waiting for a liver transplant, and things are unpredictable." She waves it off. "That's fine. We always keep a few extra staff, so we're never short." I nearly sag with relief. "Thank you, Mrs. Wraith. I'm excited for the opportunity." She stands and extends her hand. I blink in surprise. Is the interview over already? "Welcome to the team, Hania." I light up. "Thank you so much. If you're willing, we'd like you to start today." "Absolutely. That's great." She retrieves a folder and hands it to me. "Here's the paperwork. Feel free to use my office to complete it. Take your time." "Thank you again. I'm grateful for the chance." She gives a nod and steps out, leaving the door ajar. I stare after her for a second, then turn back to the folder and the pen sitting neatly on the desk. That was the fastest interview I've ever experienced, and she couldn't have been more welcoming. I finally let out a full breath, sinking into the chair. But I straighten quickly, determined to stay focused. I pull the folder toward me and open it. Barely into the first page, I freeze. My hourly wage is listed, and it's nearly 3 times what I made at Starbucks. A small sound escapes my lips. My eyes blur slightly. This job could be everything. With that kind of pay, I could start digging us out of debt and finally make headway on saving for Darius's surgery. Some hospitals won't even consider a transplant without a major deposit. But this could change everything. I steel myself and continue filling out the forms, handwriting neat and focused. This job might be my lifeline, and I plan to earn every dollar of it.
Chapter 3. Tristan. Mason's voice growls through the speaker. Are you even paying attention? My mind snaps back to the call. Truthfully, no, I wasn't. I'd been thinking about Hania, somewhere downstairs, sitting in my house, probably hoping I'll be her gateway to something better. Well, technically, her boss. But those lines blur sometimes. Of course, I reply smoothly. You're saying the Bratva's becoming more aggressive and you want to... I want to shut down every last one of their operations in Vegas, he interrupts, frustration thick in his voice. Drive them out completely. I want them gone. I'm on it. We're making progress. Though honestly, I think Mason's going in too hard. That kind of heat draws consequences. It's not enough, he bites out. They bombed one of our clubs. Shot up your brother's house. That's not something we ignore. Fair point. You've already gutted one of their casinos financially. I'm close to locking down a second through takeover. They're panicking. You've got them cornered. They know I'm coming, Mason says more calmly now. I hear the leather squeak as he leans back in his chair. I'm just sick of enemies. I want my family safe. I don't respond right away. In his world, safety's never permanent. Between his real estate empire, ties to organized crime, and legacy dealings, there will always be another threat. Still, Mason was born to dominate. So was I. But unlike him, I prefer precision, negotiation, well-placed leverage. Mason barrels in with brute force, and if we're not careful, it could backfire. Marriage softened some parts of him, sure. But in others, it's made him more ruthless, more protective, like he's got more to lose, and he intends to win at all costs. There's a knock at the door. I ignore it. Security's a good priority, I agree, fingers tapping the desk. But... Don't start, Mason cuts in. My brothers want us to pull back, shrink the business. But that's weakness. I get it. I shift slightly. But Dmitry Ivanov plays the long game. If we strike too fast or push too hard, we'll regret it. He can lash out all he wants, as long as we're the ones making him crawl when it's over. I doubt Dmitry does much groveling. He's not the type. But Mason will win, no doubt. The only questions are how long it takes, how ugly it gets, and who else gets caught in the crossfire. If that's the goal, patience is your friend. Mason grunts but doesn't argue, which means he's already settling down. His tone shifts. Speaking of timing, has Hania had her interview yet? Just hearing her name stirs something in me. She's in the middle of it. Good. Look out for her, Tristan. Charlotte cares about that girl. So do I. Understood. I end the call, running a hand over my jaw. Hiring Hania should be simple, but nothing about this is going to be easy. Another knock. Come in, I call. It'll be either my assistant or Mrs. Wraith, one of the only people allowed to interrupt me during the day. As expected, Mrs. Wraith steps inside. Right on time. Mr. Blackwell, she greets with a subtle nod. I lean back, waiting. The interview went well, she says. She's polite, kind, and seems like she'll fit in with the team. I frown slightly. Sure, I brought Hania on as staff, but I never actually pictured her doing manual labor. Not really. Her connection to Mason complicates things. And besides, there's something about her. Something that doesn't belong in mop buckets and scrubbing toilets. Giving her my card was a moment of weakness. I covered for it, but still, she's under my roof now. It probably wasn't the smartest move. Where do you plan to place her? I ask. In the kitchen, she replies. My frown deepens. Doing what? Dishes, mostly. She has some experience there. I rub a hand across my jaw. Any other options? Her lips twitch. Just barely. Laundry. Maybe general housekeeping. Depends on what you prefer. Something light. The words are out before I can stop them. I remember watching her at the wedding, struggling to lift tables with a guy twice her size. It was borderline absurd. This situation's a mess of my own making. If I were going to sleep with her, I should have done it and moved on, given her a nice severance and a smile. But with Mason now heavily involved in Blackwell Enterprises and me needing his backing, I can't risk it. I don't do relationships. Never more than a month. That's a hard rule. Keeps emotions and expectations out of the picture. So yeah, keeping my distance from Hania is non-negotiable. Dusting maybe, Mrs. Wraith offers, arching a brow. That's fine. I stand. Where is she now? She studies me for a beat. The judgment is subtle, but it's there. She rarely shows her cards, which makes the flicker of disapproval even more noticeable. In my office, she replies. Doors open. I leave mine and head for the stairs, straightening my tie as I go. When I reach the doorway, I stop. Hania's seated at the desk, pen in hand, completely unaware of my presence. She looks soft, focused. Her dress falls delicately around her legs, her ankles crossed in sandals. The hem has slipped up just enough to give a generous view of her thighs. My gaze lingers. She bites her lip, her brows furrowing as she concentrates on the paperwork. I could stand here watching her all day. Need help? I say. She jumps, pen slipping from her hand, eyes wide. Mr. Blackwell quote. Tristan, I interrupt. No need for formality. Not with her. And not when the entire household knows she didn't get this job through normal channels. I step inside and crouch to pick up the pen, but she moves at the same time. Our hands touch. My fingers cover hers. Her skin is soft. Exactly how I imagined. I brush my thumb across her knuckles. She glances up, startled, her mouth just inches from mine. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tristan. I'm already hard. It's fine. I don't pull back. Her scent, a mix of honey and wildflowers, drifts up to meet me. I breathe it in. How's the paperwork? I ask, still crouched. Going okay. She starts to pull her hand back, but I keep mine there a second longer. I was just reviewing the non-disclosure, she adds. Most people just sign it, I say. But I usually have misses. Wraith go over that part so it's crystal clear. She bites her lip again. I'm a pre-law student. I guess I read contracts a little differently. Pre-law? I finally release her hand and stand. Yes, She straightens as well. I'm really drawn to the legal system here. It's something I'd love to be a part of. I should have asked her this before offering her a housekeeping job. She could have easily been placed in the business offices, some entry-level admin role with actual relevance to her degree. But that would have meant other men around her. Not something I'm thrilled about. What year are you? I ask. She folds her hands in her lap. Only a sophomore. That explains the innocence. So, 2 years into your program? She nods. I'm only able to take a few classes at a time. It's slow going. I glance at the papers on the desk. Do you need help? Not my job to ask. That's Wraith's responsibility. But with Hania, nothing about this is normal. She shakes her head. No, thank you, though. I don't want to leave. That's the problem. I was already distracted on the call with Mason, and now I'm thinking of excuses to stay. A ping from my phone pulls me back. A message flashes across the screen. Veronica just arrived at the gate. Perfect timing. She's the reminder I need. A loud, dramatic, gold-plated reality check. In that case, I'll let you finish, I say, stepping out. I pass Wraith in the hall. She's already heading for the door. I'm about to close the office door behind me when I hear pounding. Veronica doesn't wait. She's already shouting before the door even opens. Where is he? She yells. I want to see that lying bastard face to face. Behind me, I hear a small gasp from Hania. It's the kind of sound that shoots straight through me. Miss Claremont, Wraith says calmly. Welcome. Spare me the politeness, Veronica barks. We both know I was just another tick mark on his little list. I mean, I knew he was a narcissist with a filthy reputation, but I thought maybe this time. I step into the foyer before she builds up more steam. She spots me, and her fury doubles. You arrogant jerk! She screeches, stomping toward me in 4-inch heels. She's called me worse. Nice to see you too, Veronica. Don't mock me, she hisses. You ended our relationship with a DocuSign? It was efficient. You didn't complain when I had you sign the relationship agreement, with an end date. She glares. That's because I thought... I already know what she thought. They all do. I was honest from the start, I say. Honest? She snaps. You mean using me for sex? Or for your career? I almost laugh. The intimacy wasn't great, and she wasn't exactly a strategic asset. She opens her mouth to continue, but stops. Her gaze shifts over my shoulder. I stiffen. I already know. Hania's stepped into the hallway. Veronica's eyes narrow like a hawk. Her fingers curl like claws. Who's she? She demands, voice icy. Your next project? What is this? Importing women now. My tone sharpens. Veronica, you know better. Harassing staff violates your NDA. Staff? She sneers. Hiring help to sleep with now? She shoots daggers at Hania. Don't fall for it, sweetheart. He'll ruin you and toss you out when he's bored.
Chapter 4. Hania. Tristan reaches Veronica in just a few long strides, his hand clamping around her elbow with practiced ease. He mutters something under his breath as he marches her toward the front door, her steps stumbling to keep up with his. But she's not done. Twisting around, she shouts back at me with venom in every word. Don't think you're anything special. You're just another name on his list, a hired toy. I've never believed I was special. Honestly, I'd settle for being invisible, and even when times were rough, I never once considered trading myself for money. Just the thought makes my stomach turn. There were women before you, and there'll be more after. Tristan swings the door open and all but pushes her outside, his grip never loosening. I stand rooted in place, stunned, until Mrs. Wraith appears beside me. Her voice is calm, apologetic. My sincerest apologies, Hania. Things are rarely this colorful. I try to respond, but the lump in my throat makes it difficult. Veronica's words were cruel, and yes, some of them were pointed at me. But she was wrong. I'm here because Charlotte vouched for me, and Tristan is simply honoring that connection. That's all. Tristan steps back inside. His strides are strong, focused, and the moment his eyes meet mine, my chest tightens. Maybe Veronica wasn't completely wrong. Hania, he says evenly, let me give you a tour of the house. I nod, unable to find my voice, and feel his hand gently guide me by the elbow. There's no hesitation in him. He's used to leading. I let him. We pass a grand study on one side and what looks like a formal sitting room on the other, but he steers me elsewhere. Let's begin in the ballroom, he says. The ballroom? I echo, blinking. Who even has one of those? His hand briefly brushes against my arm as he leads me into the massive room. It's expansive, at least 40 feet wide, and runs the full length of the house. One entire wall is glass doors opening to a lush, formal garden. It's a bit extravagant, I know, he says with a faint laugh, but in my position, I host a lot of events. I can't believe they didn't use this for Killian's wedding. This room is stunning. It's beautiful. Thank you. He walks us to the far end. Through here is a hallway to the kitchen, and beyond that, the more private parts of the house. I nod, filing that away. Be mindful around the private areas. The kitchen is jaw-dropping, an entire wall of professional-grade appliances, double ovens, and a long central island that looks more like a chef's workstation. Wow, I breathe. He chuckles. You look more impressed now than in the ballroom. This room has purpose, I say quietly, a bit embarrassed. It's practical and elegant. We step into a smaller adjoining kitchen. This one's for casual use. If I'm making something simple, or just blending a smoothie, it opens into a family room that's both cozy and grand. Tall ceilings, big windows, and warm furniture make it feel lived in. I imagine Tristan here, dressed down, relaxed, and I instantly feel the heat rise in my cheeks. His hand is still on my arm. The pressure is light, but it lingers. I spend a lot of time here, he says. It's tucked away for privacy. Of course, I reply, unsure if that's a warning to keep out. How many people work here? I ask. He looks thoughtful. Including security and groundskeepers? About 50. I blink. That's a small army. He laughs. Compared to my brother's estate? This is minimal. He has over 200 staff. The home I grew up in had around 100. I try to picture that. I can't. He leans in slightly. Want to hear a secret? The scent of his cologne, something woodsy and smooth, fills my nose. What is it? I whisper. People let their guard down in homes like this. When you host here instead of in a hotel, it feels more real. It builds trust. I nod slowly. That tracks. It's easier to believe in someone when you've seen the art on their walls. I'm surprised your brother didn't marry here, I say. He smirks. Family knows the illusion. They see through it. This house is a stage, and they're not interested in performances. That catches me off guard. If I had a place like this, I'd want the whole world to see it. We climb a narrow staircase tucked into the back of the house. This one's for me, he says. The main stairs are for guests. Staff use the other one. This leads directly to my room. At the top, I pause, uncertain. His hand finds my elbow again. I follow willingly. He opens the door to a bedroom. I freeze. Veronica's insults come rushing back. Why would he bring me here? He turns to me, amused. Even this room needs dusting. Dusting? That's your role. We're assigning you to light cleaning. I let out a nervous laugh. Oh, right. I assumed I'd be in the kitchen. That's why I trail off. He looks toward the far wall, then back at me. I've been considering where you'll be most useful. You're observant, calm. I need someone like that close. Light tasks. And you'll also serve as a kind of buffer between me and the rest of the staff. I don't fully understand what that means, but I nod anyway. I'll take whatever job he offers, no questions asked. He leads me into the adjoining bathroom and I audibly gasp. It's sleek, modern, and flooded with natural light. The shower alone could fit a small crowd. A deep clean crew handles most of it, he says, but very few people have access to these rooms. You'll be one of them. Seriously? You're discreet. That matters to me. I lower my gaze. Thank you. You'll be valuable here, he says. Let's finish the tour. Then Mrs. Wraith will wrap things up. She has more paperwork? No, just your signing bonus. You'll start today. I blink. Bonus? He nods. Since payroll is bi-weekly, it helps bridge the gap. That's incredibly kind, I say, swallowing hard. He shrugs. It's good strategy. Loyalty keeps people quiet. It's the second time he's mentioned loyalty and image. Nothing he does is without a reason. We finish the tour. His office, guest rooms, and a formal dining room that looks fit for royalty. Back in Mrs. Wraith's office, he gives me a nod and leaves. I stare at the closed door. Tristan Blackwell is something else. Charismatic, sharp, and strategic. I can't let myself get caught up in whatever magnetism he carries. Mrs. Wraith clears her throat. I turn back to her, shaking off the trance. He's my employer. Nothing more. And I need this job more than I've ever needed anything. We're preparing for a charity gala Friday, she says. You'll be helping get the house ready. I'd love to, I reply. She pushes an envelope toward me. Your bonus. Be here at 8 sharp tomorrow. I tuck the envelope into my bag, a quiet sense of relief washing over me. For the first time in a long while, I feel like maybe, just maybe, things are turning around. And I can't afford to mess that up, especially not over a man like Tristan Blackwell.
Chapter 5. Tristan. My afternoon is just as unproductive as the morning. All I can think about is Hania, walking around my home in the spaces I consider mine, bending over to clean surfaces I now wish I'd already cleaned myself. I haven't had this many distractions since I was a teenager fumbling through my first crush. At this point, I'm seriously considering locking myself in a bathroom just to reset. So when my phone buzzes with an alert that someone's at the gate, I welcome the interruption. Finally. I check the camera feed. Killian's old Honda Pilot rolls up the driveway. Of course. The car is deliberate, practical, unremarkable, his way of staying off the radar in Vegas. It's classic Killian. For a long time, I questioned his sanity. He was always the enforcer in our family, the one who did what others wouldn't. Dangerous jobs, violent jobs, the kind that require a thick skin and zero hesitation. He never filtered himself, never bothered with appearances. It got him into trouble plenty of times, and for a while I thought that made him reckless. Now, I see it differently. That lack of pretense? It makes him honest, grounded, and in some ways, better than the rest of us. I've never had that luxury. My role has always been calculated, clean, sharp, strategic, even down to my dating life. Everything's built to maintain control. But now that Killian's married, he's evolved. Calmer, more balanced. We're shifting his responsibilities too, positioning him alongside Jake Kincaid to manage security for both families. It's a smart move. Killian can extract secrets from anyone. Jake can monitor and manage entire networks. Together, they're formidable. I had a private company install the initial security system here, but in-house oversight would be tighter, less traceable. Killian parks, gets out, and heads up the steps. I rise from my desk, grateful for a reason to move. Normally, I'd wait for him to find me, but I need to shake off this restless energy. But when I get to the stairs, nothing. No sound. No Killian. I head to the main floor, walking fast down the hall into the entryway. And then I stop cold. Killian's leaning casually in the ballroom doorway, arms folded, face smug. "So," he says without looking at me, "how exactly did you meet my brother?" I step beside him and glance into the ballroom. My chest tightens. Hania is 10 feet off the ground, balancing on a ladder, reaching up to dust one of the crystal chandeliers. "Hania!" I bark. She flinches, the feather duster slipping from her hand and clattering to the floor. "I'm sorry," she gasps, grabbing the top of the ladder to steady herself. "Don't apologize. Just come down," I snap, already moving toward her. That ladder's way too high. If she slips... She starts climbing down slowly. I move to the base to help, and when she steps down, I look up. White panties. Perfect curve. The soft hem of her dress riding just high enough to ruin my ability to focus. I reach for her hips to steady her, and that does not help. Her waist fits my hands like it was made to be held. Big mistake. "Ahem," Killian coughs behind me. "I'm a little busy," I say without looking at him. "Mrs. Wraith?" I call, hands still resting on Hania's waist. She arrives quickly. "Yes, Mr. Blackwell?" "Why is she on a ladder?" I ask, voice clipped. "She was dusting," she says evenly. "As we discussed for her duties." I exhale, forcing my hands away as Hania turns, concern in her eyes. She thinks I'm upset. I place a hand gently on the small of her back. "Why don't you head home early today? We'll see you tomorrow." "Go home?" she echoes, puzzled. "Did I do something wrong?" "I can fix it, whatever it is. Please, I can do more." "You've done nothing wrong," I reassure her. "But you're not dressed for ladder work, and I'd prefer you didn't risk your safety." She nods. "With the big event Friday, I can help in other ways. Polishing, prepping, whatever's needed." Killian mutters, "Pretty sure he's not thinking about polishing silverware." Hania looks confused. I shoot Killian a glare that could break glass. He just grins. He steps forward, extending a hand. "Killian Blackwell." She accepts it politely. "Hania Darvani." "Nice to meet you." "And you. Congratulations on your wedding. It was beautiful." Killian's brow furrows slightly, but I move things along. "I'm not sure where you parked," I say to her. "The staff usually uses..." "Oh, I don't drive," she says. "I take the bus." "The bus?" That detail somehow hadn't crossed my mind. She points vaguely. "It's about a mile that way." I don't mind walking. "You walked here in this heat?" I ask. She shrugs. "I'm used to it. And I'm just thankful for the job." Killian jumps in. "My car's right outside. I'll drive you." I know what he's up to. He wants answers. He's going to interrogate her. But she waves it off. I appreciate it, but I walk everywhere. I'll be fine. "I insist," I say, guiding her forward with a hand on her back. She moves easily under my touch. Too easily. It makes my body respond in ways I wish it wouldn't. I open the back seat door for her, help her in, and shut it with a sharp exhale. Killian watches me, whistling as he walks to the driver's side. He's never whistled before. It's weird. I slide into the passenger seat, adjusting myself as discreetly as possible. Killian sees it all and says nothing, just smirks. "So, Hania," he says in the rear view, "you said you knew Charlotte?" She nods. "We went to college together. She helped me get a job at the hotel, but Tristan offered me a position here." Killian glances at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. "And you're happy cleaning houses?" he asks. "Oh yes," she says, her smile warm. "Very happy." He tilts his head. "Student loans?" She shakes her head. "Medical bills. My younger brother is very sick." Killian's expression shifts. He looks at me, understanding dawning. "I'm sorry," he says gently. "Is it serious?" "Yes," she replies. "He has a liver condition. We're waiting for a transplant." Killian mutters a curse under his breath. I stay quiet, the weight of it sitting heavy in my chest. She smiles, trying to be brave. "We're managing. This job is a huge help. I'm thankful every day." Then she brightens. "But enough about that. Your wedding was gorgeous." Chloe looked like a dream. Killian softens. "Thanks, I got lucky. She's amazing." I hear more than affection in his voice. I hear reverence. When we reach the bus stop, Hania thanks Killian and slips out. "I'll see you both tomorrow," she says, giving me a gentle smile before walking to the bench. She sits alone. The stop is deserted. "Should I wait with her?" Killian asks. I frown. "What?" "You're going full caveman." It's adorable. "Excuse me?" "You've got that look. Protective, possessive, like you're 2 seconds from tossing her over your shoulder." "You're imagining things. I'm married now. I know exactly what I'm seeing." He pulls away from the curb. "And I like her." "You like her?" I echo, trying not to let it irritate me. "She's genuine." "Kind. Beautiful." He whistles again. "And have you seen her figure?" I groan. Even if I were looking to settle down, which I'm not, Hania's not the type I'd choose. "Because Veronica was?" he asks, raising a brow. "I'm not trying to make a couple out of anything." "You should understand that better than anyone." "Oh, I understand," he says, pulling into my driveway. "Did you talk to Mason today?" "Yes." "Why?" "He wants me watching the Bratva's brothels. It's the one part of their operation I haven't touched." I scowl. I don't like it. "Why not?" "Too many risks. Women involved. It's messy. And Dmitri runs those places with structure and care. If someone has to run a brothel in this city, it should be him." "I don't love it either," Killian admits. "If Chloe found out, she'd kill me." "Your big concern is your wife?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. "Bratva, I can handle. Chloe cutting me off?" That's worse. There's so much wrong with that statement, I can't even begin to respond. I picture Hania again. The way she looked on that ladder. Her voice. Her trust. If I don't get a grip, I'm going to do something stupid. And I have a feeling I'll like every second of it.
Chapter 6. Hania. Mrs. Wraith's eyes sweep over me, assessing the fit of my new uniform. It's a modest black Oxford dress buttoned down the front with a structured collar. Though simple, the tailoring hugs my figure more than expected. On my feet are black keds, comfortable yet neat. For events, she explains, you'll switch the sneakers for low heels. Not as easy on the feet, but more appropriate. For black tie affairs like Friday's event, we provide a classic knee-length black dress with a square neckline. Earlier, I noticed the deep cleaning staff wore white pants and matching shirts, paired with the same sneakers, but in white. We ask you to arrive in your own shoes and change into these once inside. Helps us keep the floors spotless. I nod. It makes sense. If anything's unclear, don't hesitate to ask, she says, handing me a printed sheet. I scan it. What's this? Mr. Blackwell's weekly schedule. It lets you know which rooms are free to dust while he's not around. He's in the gym right now, so this would be a good time to start with his bedroom before he comes up for a shower. Got it, I reply, taking a calming breath as she hands me a cleaning caddy stocked with supplies. Remember, Hania, no missed spots. Everything must be flawless. Absolutely. Climbing the back stairs near her office, I gently push open the bedroom door, checking that it's empty before entering. I start in the bathroom, dusting ledges, light fixtures, and mirror frames. I assume the deep cleaning crew handles the scrubbing, but I'll double-check with them later. Then I move into the bedroom. The space is designed in muted tones, taupe, gray, and rich textures. The oversized bed, draped in crisp white linens, seems almost too pristine to touch. As I dust the grayish end tables, I shift the few items on top to get the full surface. The bed frame is modern and angular, so I make my way around it, running the duster along every edge. The silence in the room gives my thoughts too much space to wander. I try not to picture myself in this bed, not with Tristan, not imagining how those hands would feel or what it would be like to... I quickly shake the thought away and move to the windows, then the sleek dresser beneath a framed cityscape. Stretching up on my toes, I try to reach the top of the frame but miss a spot in the corner. I lean further, arm extended. Interesting. I nearly jump out of my skin. Tristan stands in the doorway, sweat still glistening on his arms, a towel slung around his neck. I'm so sorry, Mr. Blackwell, I blurt, heart pounding. I didn't realize you'd be back so soon. His brow arches as his eyes move over my uniform. I've never seen one of those dresses fit quite like that. I glance down, flustered. The next size up was far too big in the waist. He muses, stepping into the room. His fitted shirt clings to every sculpted line of his torso. I instinctively lower my eyes, unsure what's showing on my face. He stops just a foot away, and I clutch the duster like a shield. Feathers brush my nose, forcing me to lift my chin, right into his gaze. His face reveals nothing. As I was saying, Mr. Blackwell quote, Tristan. But the other staff members... You're not like the others, Hania. You call me Tristan. You're the only one with unrestricted access to this room, and believe me, I don't mind walking in to see you bent over my dresser. I blink, confused. Why would I have that kind of freedom? I recall Killian's odd remark earlier about polishing something. What exactly did he mean? I should probably ask Brittany. She'd know. I just don't understand why the rules are different for me, I say honestly. He exhales slowly, then gently takes the duster from my hands. I need someone who bridges the gap between the staff and a life that feels more genuine. It's been missing. Mrs. Wraith helps, but she's often tied up managing the house. I don't like interrupting her for the little things in my personal space. Understanding clicks into place. The tension in my chest loosens. Just a little. He doesn't want me romantically. He just needs someone to help him feel a bit more normal. That I can do. Still, as I glance down at his strong hands, I can't help but wonder, would I be willing to trade a month in his arms for the heartbreak I know would follow? If that's all, I should probably move on to the next room. He hands me back the duster, fingers brushing mine, and a jolt of something electric shoots through me. Flustered, I gather my things and head for the hallway, but I round the corner too fast and almost collide with a member of the cleaning staff. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I say, dropping my basket. Supplies scatter across the floor. No, it's my fault, she whispers. I forgot to swap out the shampoo and mister. Blackwell's shower. I've been hovering, trying to figure out how to fix it. Thank goodness you're still here. I pause, blinking. Of course, I'm the one with access now. It's my responsibility. She looks at me, hopeful. I'll take it, I say quickly. Thank you, she sighs, pressing the bottle into my hands. I'll clean this up and leave your basket by the door. Turning back toward his room, I inhale deeply. He's probably already in the shower, which means he'll be... I knock on the open door. No answer. Tristan? Still nothing. I step in cautiously. Tristan? Hania? He calls from the bathroom. It's me. I have the new shampoo. The bathroom door opens, and Tristan steps out, a white towel slung low on his hips. I freeze. His chest is bare, damp with steam from the shower. His muscles ripple with each step, and I forget how to breathe. He holds one hand over the knot of the towel as he opens the door wider. The heat of the bathroom seems to spill into the bedroom, clouding my thoughts. I instinctively lick my lips. His eyes narrow slightly, and he steps closer. I realize I'm clutching the shampoo bottle to my chest like a lifeline. Quickly, I thrust it toward him. Thank you, he murmurs, voice low. You're welcome, I manage, barely above a whisper. His fingers brush against mine as he takes the bottle, and for a moment, I savor the warmth. Then I turn and make a beeline for the hallway, because I've just confirmed what I already feared. I am in way over my head. Chapter 7. Hania. The rest of the week unfolds more smoothly than my chaotic first days. I get to know the staff, pick up the house rules, balance my shifts with schoolwork, and best of all, use my signing bonus to pay off a stack of overdue bills. Shredding those envelopes feels like shedding heavy weights I've been dragging for months. A few big ones remain, but with the smaller debts cleared, I can finally start saving for the deposit the surgeon requires. By Thursday, I've polished and dusted every corner of the estate. Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if there's ever been a full-time duster here. With everything sparkling, I'm not sure what I'll do with myself until Friday's event. That morning, I carefully buff silverware until it gleams, then check the plates for watermarks. Later, Mrs. Wraith and I stand side by side in the ballroom, both looking up at the chandeliers. The one I cleaned earlier outshines the other two by far. They'll all need to be done, Mrs. Wraith says with a wince. The difference is obvious. I nod. I agree. She gives me a small smile. You've done well this week. Thank you, I reply softly, pleased at the praise. I really like working here. Her expression shifts, as though she's trying to figure me out. Did she expect me to be different? I can tell you do. Your work ethic and attitude are refreshing. Still, I'm not sure you should be the one up there. But you just said they need to be cleaned, I answer carefully. I don't want to argue, but I do want to meet expectations. Yes, by someone else. Mr. Blackwell was very clear about you not climbing ladders. Mr. Blackwell, or Tristan. I wonder if she calls him by his first name when others aren't around. Am I the only one who does? Is it because I was in heels that day? Her look deepens like she's piecing something together. I'm not sure. Tristan hasn't been home much this week, buried in office work. I study the chandelier again. With the telescoping duster, it's not even that high. I could handle it. She hesitates. Perhaps one of the groundskeepers should do it. The thought of handing off the one task I was hired for makes my stomach tighten. They're already stretched with party prep. I can manage. I still don't think it's wise. I frown. She doesn't question other staff like this. She gives instructions. They follow. Why am I different? It'll be fine. I'll finish before Mr. Blackwell gets home. She sighs. Then I'll stay to hold the ladder. I spin back to her. That's not necessary. You have too much to do already. Nonsense, she says with a kind smile. We'll get it done quickly, together. I pull the ladder into place, double-checking the locks. With the telescoping duster in hand, I climb carefully and begin misting sections of crystal, wiping each piece until it gleams. I have to move the ladder several times to reach it all. Below, Mrs. Wraith stands steady, eyes trained upward. The ladder is stable, but she doesn't budge. As I work, I glance down. Tell me about tomorrow's benefit. What will it be like? I won't be working the event, but I can't help picturing it. The linens, the flowers, the food I've watched arrive all week. The sheer abundance dazzles me. Shrimp, oysters, pastries that look imported from France, and champagne. I've never tasted the real kind, but I imagine it sparkles like these chandeliers. I sigh without meaning to. What is it? Mrs. Wraith asks gently. Will it be as wonderful as I picture? She clears her throat. They're beautiful, yes, but full of self-important people. I laugh softly, stepping down to move the ladder. Fair enough. Every event is only as good as the company you keep. She gives a small nod. Nicely put. Mrs. Wraith Tristan's voice cuts across the ballroom. Hania, what exactly are you doing? I turn. He strides toward us, scowl sharp. Mrs. Wraith breathes out slowly before answering. We're cleaning in preparation for tomorrow. His frown deepens. I step forward quickly. It was my idea. The other chandeliers looked dull. The two of you, he says firmly, are the last people who should be doing this. Anyone else could be on the ladder. Mrs. Wraith bows her head. You're right. Apologies. I open my mouth to explain further, but he shifts the garment bag draped over his arm. Did you have plans for Hania during the benefit? He asks her. My chest tightens. Why is he asking? Am I in trouble? No, she says carefully. Her presence isn't required. Good. He turns to me. Hania, I'd like a word. My hands twist together nervously. Of course. I glance at Mrs. Wraith, who looks almost sympathetic. He extends his free hand. After a pause, I slide mine into his. Heat sparks where our skin meets. I didn't mean to disobey. I murmur. His eyes lock on mine. Of course you did. My stomach sinks. He's right. I just didn't want to push my work onto anyone else. I'm new and... It's fine, he interrupts. I'll reassign the task myself. Relief loosens my shoulders until another thought makes me bite my lip. Won't the others think I'm your favorite? He doesn't hesitate. You are. I stare, speechless, as he tugs me gently out of the ballroom and up the grand staircase. In his office, he releases my hand and sets the garment bag on his desk. With a quick motion, he unzips it, revealing a red silk dress. What is that? I whisper. For you. My eyes widen. Excuse me? For the benefit. The fabric shimmers like liquid fire. I reach out, then pull back. The benefit? My breakup with Veronica was very public, he explains. I don't want to bring a real date. But going alone isn't ideal either. A woman on my arm makes me approachable and keeps others at bay. I'd like you to come with me, as my +1. I blink, heart fluttering. You want me to be your date? Not a date, he clarifies. An arrangement. I'll pay you overtime. Your role is to accompany me, smile, and let me handle the business side. I struggle to process. So, am I your employee or your date? Employee, but the guests will think otherwise. I hesitate. Won't the staff talk? He sighs. I thought I'd explained. I don't just need a housemaid. I need someone who can step into personal assistant duties, filling the gaps where others can't. I gasp softly. A personal assistant? You can still dust to fill your hours, but the uniform isn't necessary anymore. We'll get you a proper wardrobe. I stare at him like he's speaking another language. Any events after hours, he continues, will be paid at $150 an hour. My eyes go wide. That much? I glance back at the red silk. I understand now. This isn't just a job. It's an opportunity, one that could change everything for me and for Darius. But it's also dangerous, because it's not just my future on the line, it's my heart.
Chapter 8. Tristan. A flicker of guilt runs through me. Offering Hania this kind of money feels manipulative, knowing how badly she needs it. But what other way do I have to help her? That I even want to help her is a problem in itself. Who pays someone close to $80,000 a year just to dust? It's why I reshaped this role into something more fitting, something that benefits Mason, supports Hania, and pushes my own business objectives forward. It also means I'm spending more time with her. Too much. Every hour in her company tests my restraint. It's like tightening a noose around my own neck, and yet I can't stop. Every day I want a little more of her. The image of her leaning over my bureau, dusting, nearly undid me. I'd fought the urge to lift that dress and take her right there. For 2 days, I forced myself to work from the office instead of home, just to calm down. It didn't help. I slept worse, thought about her more, and my concentration tanked. And now, with this benefit, I need her even closer. The night is about business, winning over Dmitry Ivanov's board as we finalize a takeover. For that, I need someone poised and striking on my arm. Hania is perfect. Too perfect. She runs her fingers over the red silk gown I've given her. The way her hand glides over the fabric makes my jaw clench. I want those hands on me. I wouldn't know how to act at an event like this, she admits. You already know how to wear heels and a dress, I say, stepping nearer, catching the sweet scent of her skin. She frowns down at the fabric. I mean how to talk to all those people. Simple. Keep it vague. Her brow knits. What do you mean? Ask me something. Pretend we're at the party. She thinks, then asks, so what do you do for a living? I chuckle. Some of this, some of that. Still figuring it out. Her soft laugh rings like a bell, and it's too much. My body reacts even though I know I should back away. That easy? She asks. Then you just turn it back to them. Ask about their work, their hobbies. People love to talk about themselves. She nods, thoughtful, before looking back at the gown. There's something else. She pivots slightly, chin lowered. I close the space, my hand finding her hip. She stiffens but doesn't pull away. What is it, Hania? I've never really dated. Not seriously. Her confession hits me harder than I expect. No? She shakes her head. A few tries, but nothing lasting. Her cheeks flush as she glances back at me. My grip tightens, resisting the urge to drag her against me. That's fine. This isn't a date. It's work. I know. What if I seem awkward? I dip closer, brushing my lips across her temple, sliding an arm around her waist. If you let me hold you like this, no one will doubt us. Oh, she whispers, a shiver running through her. Through her uniform, I glimpse the outline of her nipples straining against the fabric. Desire knots in me, sharp and relentless. I'd rather see you in silk than in that uniform anyway, I mutter. Why don't you try the dress? Shoes are in the bag, too. She breathes out unevenly. How did you even know my size? Try it on, then you can ask. I motion toward the bathroom. I don't have the right. Her voice drops. Bra. Heat spikes in me. There are undergarments in the bag as well. You bought me underwear? She asks, shocked. But beneath her words, I catch the faintest shift in her scent. Arousal, my self-control thins. You can't wear the dress without them, I manage, stepping back before I lose it. She gathers the bag and heads for the bathroom, glancing over her shoulder. What if it doesn't fit? Then we'll go shopping tomorrow. Her hesitation lingers. This is part of the job? I'm not. She trails off. I nearly groan aloud at the vision flashing through my head. Her on her knees, lips parted. I force it down. You're my assistant. That's all. She nods quickly and hurries inside. The door shuts. I rake a hand through my hair. She's so much more than I anticipated. Soft but strong, devoted, and sharper than people realize. The kind of woman who loves deeply. Dangerous. My phone buzzes. I scowl at the interruption until I see the name. Grizz, my twin. The one person I can't ignore. What? I snap. Good to hear from you too, sunshine, he teases. Don't call me that. He laughs. How are plans for tomorrow? Fine. And Veronica? He prods. She didn't go quietly, did she? I grit my teeth. It was ugly. Thought so. He chuckles. Ever think about extending your dating limit? Might avoid scenes like that. Longer only makes it worse, I mutter, eyeing the bathroom door, impatient for Hania to reappear. You going without a date then? You'll have every woman in the room circling you like bees to honey. My hand tightens on the phone. Did Killian mention Hania to you? What, honey? Grizz asks, confused. Forget it. I've got it covered. I hang up before he digs further. And then she steps out. Hania in red silk is breathtaking. No makeup, hair still pulled back, yet she glows like a movie star. No one I've dated comes close. It fits, she says softly, smoothing her hands over her hips. The shoes are slightly loose, but I hardly notice. She looks up. If you tell me how to do my hair, I can borrow makeup from Brittany. Borrow makeup? I scoff. You'll have a styling team tomorrow. Her eyes widen. I don't need... Hania, I cut in. There's no debate. Right. I'll stay after work tomorrow then. Wrong. You're not working tomorrow. Rest. Be here by late afternoon. Her brow furrows. But if it's overtime, shouldn't I? You'll still be paid. Check your contract. Her lips part in surprise. She looks down, brushing a hand across her stomach. The sight makes my pulse hammer. I want to touch her, hold her, claim her. It's beautiful, she whispers. Then she lifts her gaze. I never thought I'd wear something like this. I bite back the words on my tongue. That she makes the dress beautiful. I need control. I need focus. Because if I'm not careful, this won't just be attraction anymore. It'll be obsession.
Chapter 9. Hania. I don't think I've ever been poked, brushed, or fussed over this much in my entire life. At this point, I've been sitting in one of the guest rooms in Tristan's mansion for hours, and it feels like ground zero for transformation. The benefit begins in less than an hour, and 4 different stylists have cycled through, waxing, shaping, curling, and layering product on me for nearly 4 hours straight. Finally, the dress is brought out. I slip off the satin robe they gave me earlier, and 2 women carefully lower the gown over my head, while another stands on a small step stool to guide the fabric. The entire moment feels like something out of a modern-day fairy tale. The makeup artist gasps when she gets a look. Even your lingerie is stunning, she gushes. I let out a nervous laugh and glance down at the strapless corset bra, delicate lace thong, and thigh-high stockings. The shoes had been swapped out too. Tristan replaced the pair that was too big with elegant heels that fit perfectly. 3 inches, not 4, which means I'll be able to walk without wobbling, which also meant the dress had to be altered to match. I can't even begin to calculate how much this has all cost him just to have me appear at his side tonight. The thought makes me dizzy. But then again, I understand his reasoning. Having me there isn't about attention or romance. It's about convenience. The silk glides down my body as the women zip me up, their careful fingers keeping the gown smooth and my hair untouched. Oh my goodness, Betty, the hairstylist, breathes out. You could be on the cover of Vogue. I turn toward the mirror and gasp. The woman staring back doesn't feel like me at all. My eyes look larger with the smoky shadow, blush sharpens my cheekbones, and deep red lipstick ties the entire look together. My hair falls in effortless waves, cascading over my shoulders, polished but natural. The dress itself is breathtaking, cinched at the waist, draped to accent my bust, with a high slit up one leg that reveals more thigh than I'm used to showing. Wow! The low rumble of Tristan's voice draws me around. He stands in the doorway in a black tuxedo, looking as if he belongs on the cover of GQ. Wow yourself, I reply before heat instantly floods my cheeks. He smirks as he strides closer. Is she finished, ladies? All done, Betty chirps, echoed by the others. The makeup artist hands me the tube of lipstick. Just inside the liner, blend gently like I showed you. I nod, and then the four of them bustle out, leaving the two of us alone. I take a slow breath, trying not to move too much in the corset. But as I glance at the mirror again, I can't deny how incredible the result is. I hardly recognize myself. Tristan's chuckle is soft but steady. I recognize you, Hania? I'm not sure what to say to that. Instead, I catch sight of a sleek black box tucked under his arm. The last time you came in carrying something like that, it was this dress, I murmur. What's in there? His lips tilt into a smile. The gown, the shoes, and the undergarments are yours. Consider them a gift. But what's in this box is only a loan. My eyes widen as he snaps open the lid. Diamonds and rubies glitter back at me, a necklace, matching earrings, and a triple-strand bracelet. I actually gasp. You can't possibly mean for me to wear those. I do, he answers simply. Turn around. Tristan, I can't even imagine borrowing these. They're real, aren't they? My voice shakes. They are. Loaned from a jeweler I work with often. He lifts the necklace from the box, stepping behind me as I gather my hair in my hand. His fingers brush the back of my neck as he clasps it, and goosebumps ripple across my skin. I glance back at the mirror, my breath catching at the sight of diamonds and rubies draped across my collarbone. My hand rises instinctively to trace the central ruby. It's breathtaking. Stunning, he agrees, and then leans forward, brushing a feather-light kiss against my collarbone. I draw in a sharp breath. Practice, he says with a grin. Of course. I swallow. We should look natural. Exactly. His hands skim down my arms, fingers brushing mine before settling at my hip. When he gently pulls me back against him, my whole body sparks with heat. And then, as if it's the most natural thing in the world, he tilts my chin and kisses me. Soft, almost teasing, but enough to send my knees weak. When he pulls back, my head feels foggy, my chest tight. His gaze, dark and intent, pins me in place. He pulls out the bracelet next, fastening it around my wrist before handing me the dangling ruby earrings. Hania, he murmurs close to my ear. You were made for this life. I try not to react, reminding myself of Veronica's warning. Tristan doesn't do forever. He doesn't do commitment. So I straighten my shoulders and give the only answer I can. I'll do my best to be the kind of date you need tonight. Just tell me what you expect. Smile, nod, and when I step aside for business, blend in with the other women. That's all. I exhale, steadying myself. Then I'm ready. He offers his arm, and when I slip my hand into place, his warmth steadies me. As we step toward the door, his voice drops low. Don't worry. You'll be perfect. And for tonight, I let myself believe him, even though I know the real danger isn't the crowd waiting at the benefit. It's the risk of losing myself in Tristan Blackwell.
Chapter 10. Tristan. Hania has always been beautiful. But tonight, she's on another level. Every glance at her steals my breath and stirs a hunger I can't ignore. This pretense of her being my date so I can work the room is laughable. The truth is, no woman has ever unraveled me the way she does. I can still taste her skin on my lips, and it makes me want more, much more. I've been working myself into exhaustion at the gym all week, pounding through reps until my body gave out, then standing under the shower while images of her in that red dress tormented me. But the strangest part? I didn't even finish. Didn't let myself. Because some stubborn, irrational part of me refuses to waste release anywhere but with her. It's maddening. I've never craved someone this badly, and if I don't rein it in, this obsession will sabotage everything I've been building. The deal with Dimitri, the takeover, all of it. Hania's fingers tighten gently on my arm, steadying me, offering comfort without even realizing it. The smallest touch, and I nearly lose myself. This is how men end up trapped in marriage, with the one woman they can't resist. And God help me, the thought flickers across my mind. What if I locked this down? Put it in writing the way I do everything else. 1 year, a prenup, security for her brother, and I'd burn through this fire consuming me. I shove the thought away, forcing myself to focus as the first guests arrive. Tonight isn't about fantasy. Tonight is business. I don't normally stand at the door with a woman on my arm, but with Hania I make the exception. I want to see how she carries herself, how she handles the crowd. The first through the door? Grizz. Perfect. Of all people, it had to be him. My family knows me too well. They'll notice immediately that this isn't my usual arrangement. Sure enough, Grizz's sharp eyes skim Hania once, then land on me with a knowing glint. He doesn't misinterpret a thing. He sees exactly what's happening. Beside me, Hania lets out a soft gasp. "What's wrong?" I murmur. "In tuxedos. You look even more like your brother," she whispers back. Before I can answer, Arabella sweeps forward with a radiant smile. "Hello, I'm Arabella. It's such a pleasure to meet you." Hania beams back, warm and genuine. "Hania Darvani, the pleasure's all mine." To my surprise, the two women embrace as if they've known each other for years. Grizz and I both freeze, wearing the same bewildered look. Since when does Hania hug strangers? "I'm Grizz Blackwell," Grizz cuts in, slipping his hand to Arabella's back. "After my fiancé finishes hijacking the introductions." The women laugh, and Arabella shrugs. "Sorry, it's just rare to meet someone genuine at these events. Most women here aren't so friendly." "That's actually good to know," Hania replies, squeezing Arabella's hands. "Otherwise, I'd probably think it was me." And just like that, the two of them dive into easy chatter, leaving Grizz and me standing there dumbfounded. "What's happening?" he mutters. I shake my head. "You tell me. You're the one getting married." Rush and Riker stroll in next, dateless as always. Riker's eyebrows lift. Rush lets out a low whistle when they see Hania with Arabella. Neither of them even tries to hide their surprise or their interest. It grates on me more than I'd like to admit. Riker leans close. "Who's the bombshell?" "That's Honey something," Grizz offers casually. "Hania," I correct, my glare sharp. As if on cue, Killian booms her name across the foyer. "Hania!" Look at you. And just behind him, Chloe, elegant in pale green, asks, "Who's Hania?" Arabella gestures Chloe over, while Killian strides right up, grinning like the devil himself. "Moving up fast, I see," he teases. "You've met her?" Grizz asks, frowning. "We all have," Killian replies with a smug look. The conversation starts spiraling as Grizz and Rush trade confused looks. I slice my hand through the air. Later, more guests are arriving. Killian, as always, ignores me. She was waitressing at my wedding. Tristan brought her on as a maid this week. Heat prickles at the back of my neck. I regret ever putting her in that role. I should have brought her in as an assistant from day one. Calling her staff only invites disrespect. A maid? Riker smirks. What's next? The cliché outfit? Does she dust in stilettos? Maybe. My fist lands on his shoulder before he can finish. Even in a tuxedo, I don't pull the punch. "Shut your mouth." He hisses out a curse, rubbing his arm. Killian only laughs. And he's possessive, too. Should have led with that. Grizz chuckles, shaking his head. This is going to be fun. "Hania," I snap, my voice sharper than I intend. Every one of my brothers looks at me like I've just confirmed their suspicions. "Yes, Tristan," she says softly, stepping closer and slipping her hand into mine. The simple gesture calms me instantly. I draw her against my side, my arm sliding around her waist as if she's meant to be there. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but the guests are waiting." "Of course," she says, her fingers tightening around mine. Grizz mutters under his breath, "A maid?" I still don't buy it. I ignore him, turning my attention to the mayor of Las Vegas, who's next in line. I shake hands, smile, exchange pleasantries, all while keeping Hania anchored at my side. She greets people with warmth, charm, and just the right touch of grace. She's everything I'd hoped she'd be. Poised, polished, radiant. By the time the receiving line ends and we move into the ballroom, I know with absolute certainty I have to find a way to get Hania in my bed. And when I want something, I always find a way.
Chapter 11. Hania. The first hour of the benefit rushes by like a dream. I expected Tristan to let me drift away so he could focus on his business, but instead, his hand stays firmly at the small of my back, guiding me from one conversation to the next. I do exactly as he instructed, nod, smile, and keep my answers polite but vague. He was right. Most people don't pry. And when they do, I turn the questions back on them. For those who press harder, Tristan smoothly takes over, shielding me with his words. I sink closer against his side, comforted by the way his presence seems to guard me. A sip of champagne sparkles on my tongue. I remind myself to be careful. I have no tolerance and I need my head clear, but it's as delicious as I'd imagined. By now, the ballroom is nearly full, though some guests wander out through the French doors into the garden. Tristan is mid-conversation with a politician whose name I've already forgotten when I spot Mason and Charlotte approaching. My face lights up. I lift a hand in a wave. Charlotte blinks, confusion flickering before recognition dawns. Hania? Mason's gaze rakes me head to toe, from my styled hair to the necklace glittering at my throat, down to the designer heels on my feet. "Hi," I greet them, smiling at Charlotte before darting a nervous glance at Mason. "I'm so glad to see you here tonight." "Me too," Charlotte says warmly, pulling me into a quick hug. "You look absolutely stunning." I smooth the silk at my hips, still not quite used to this gown. "It's amazing what designer labels can do for a girl." She laughs. True enough. Then she tilts her head, her eyes asking questions I'm not sure how to answer. Mason stretches out a hand toward Tristan, his tone casual but sharp beneath the surface. Good to see you looking so well after the recent breakup. The politician gives an awkward chuckle, and I feel the tension in Tristan beside me as he replies, "Thank you." Charlotte nudges her husband, then turns back to me with a gentle smile. "How's Darius?" Relieved for the safer subject, I answer quickly. "He's doing as well as possible. The surgeon Mason recommended has been wonderful. I'm really hopeful." Mason's cool expression softens. "I'm glad to hear that, Hania." I nod, uncertain what else to say. Talking about my job is out of the question. I signed up for my required art class next semester. You'll never guess who I ended up with as a professor. Charlotte's eyes widen. "Not Burke?" I wrinkle my nose. "Yes, Burke. You had him, didn't you? Was he trouble?" "Drop the class," Mason cuts in sharply. "Transfer if you can. If you can't, I'll call the school myself, but you will not sit in his class." His firm tone catches me off guard. I only meant to make small talk, but suddenly I feel like I've stepped into something serious. Tristan's hand presses lightly at my back. "What's going on?" Mason's eyes narrow. "A word, privately." Tristan gives my waist a squeeze before moving to follow him, leaving me standing with Charlotte. She exhales softly. "Burke was awful to me. Mason had to step in. Honestly, it was one of the first times I realized how much he cared." I file that away, but Charlotte is already shifting focus. "Are you and Tristan?" She trails off, her brows raised. I shake my head quickly. "No, definitely not." Her eyes narrow like she doesn't believe me, so in hushed tones I explain. "Tristan hired me as his assistant, and my role tonight is to make sure no one distracts him." Charlotte listens carefully, then studies me. "I don't know, Hania. He doesn't look at you like an assistant." "That could be fine. I mean, I managed to snag Mason. And our friend Kim is married to Leo now, and he was once completely wild. But Tristan, he's very set on being a bachelor." "I know," I say firmly. "I don't care how attractive he is." "He is that," she murmurs. "For Darius's sake, if nothing else, I'll keep my head." "Good." She squeezes my hand and kisses my cheek. "Now, tell me everything I've missed." "We haven't caught up in forever." I smile, slipping an arm around her. "I can imagine marriage keeps you busy." Her blush says everything. "You have no idea." I beam for her, though a tiny pang of envy sneaks in. I push it away and squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy for you. Being in love, being married, it's wonderful." Charlotte's eyes sweep over me, thoughtful. "Hania, you could have any man here." She glances around the crowd. "Do you want me to introduce you?" I shake my head with a small laugh. "Not tonight. Another time." But her look lingers, and I know she sees the truth. My new boss is already the only man taking up space in my mind.
Chapter 12. Tristan. Mason radiates irritation as we step into my office. Is he angry that I brought Hania to this event? If so, he'll get no apology from me. That's weakness, and weakness is not how I operate. Killian in my place wouldn't even acknowledge it. He'd simply glare in that silent, dangerous way of his until Mason dropped the subject. I almost consider adopting that same strategy as I pour 2 glasses of whiskey from the sideboard. Mason settles into the chair across from my desk, his expression carved from stone. I slide 1 glass toward him, take my own seat, and lift mine for a sip. His voice is sharp. "Are you sleeping with her?" Direct, as always. I set my glass down with deliberate calm. "No. And if I were, would that be a problem?" The tightening of his mouth is answer enough. "She's not one of your women to use and discard, Tristan." The accusation lingers in the air, but I keep my tone even. Discard. Is that what you think I do? You know exactly what I mean. I lean back, unbothered. I do. That's the issue, isn't it? His stare is hard, unrelenting. Don't try to play coy. You've dressed her in designer labels, draped her in jewels. She looks like she belongs, I finish for him. Mason pauses, studying me as though weighing my words against my intentions. I meant what I said. I agreed to you placing her in your household because I wanted her away from men who might exploit her. Why not employ her yourself? The words come out edged, even though I already know the answer. The truth is, I want her here. She's Charlotte's friend, he says simply. She couldn't be treated as staff in our home. And she has too much pride to accept money outright. The fact that he's even considered giving her money sets my jaw tight. Why is he so invested? Does he want her himself? Would he betray Charlotte? The thought makes me bristle. You're unusually concerned about her future, I say carefully. His gaze sharpens. And you're unusually concerned about my motives. Touché. The silence stretches between us until he finally exhales and looks aside. Hania reminds me of myself. That admission startles me. What do you mean? She lost both her parents. She's carrying responsibility for a sibling when she's far too young for it. His voice drops, raw in a way I rarely hear. She bears the weight with dignity, but she doesn't have the strength to shoulder it alone. It's too much. For once, I understand completely. My grip on the whiskey glass tightens. Then hear me on this. I'll leave her better than I found her. She'll have money, connections, medical care for her brother. Whatever happens between us, she won't walk away worse off. Mason holds my gaze for a long moment before nodding once. He sets his untouched glass on the desk. That's all I needed to hear. Now let's go. There's a board to convince and Russians to drive out of Vegas. I put my own drink down with a faint tap against the wood, though unease coils low in my stomach. Have I changed my mind? This deal will expand our empire, no question. But it will also provoke the Russians, stir up trouble that might spill over. And the image that flashes in my mind is Hania, fragile, determined, caught in the crossfire of my choices. I force the thought away. She's a temporary distraction, nothing more. Straightening my jacket, I give Mason a curt nod. Let's get to it.
Chapter 13. Hania. Charlotte drifts into another conversation, leaving me to fend for myself while Tristan is away. I try to keep busy, sampling appetizers, exchanging polite words with strangers, doing my best to look like I belong in a room where I clearly don't. But just as I'm standing between groups, unsure where to go next, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I turn and my jaw drops. Brittany! It's my old co-worker from the hotel restaurant. I immediately hug her. I can't believe you're here. I was thinking of you just yesterday. She squeezes me back before pulling away with a grin. Same. I wondered if I'd run into you. Her gaze sweeps over me, head to toe. Wow, you look like you just walked off the set of Pretty Woman. I blush. You look amazing too. Brittany spins in a playful circle, posing dramatically. I came with one of my regulars. Big spender. He prefers when I wear, well, less. I bite back judgment. Truthfully, what I'm doing tonight isn't so different. I'm being paid to play a part too. The difference is my reasons. Darius needs me. A portly man joins us, sliding his hand comfortably against Brittany's back. He's older, clearly enchanted with her. She beams at him before introducing us. Hania, this is John Waltham. He gives me only the briefest glance. Oddly, I like that. If he's genuinely focused on Brittany, maybe he's the kind of stability she needs. When he heads off to fetch drinks, I lean toward her. So, how serious is this? She shrugs, though there's a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Maybe serious. I've got dreams, but I'm tired of guys who just want one thing. I get it, I say softly. I've avoided those men altogether. I'm saving for another modeling course. But if that doesn't work out, she trails off, then gives me a sly grin. So, what's it like working for Tristan Blackwell? I laugh lightly, but a shiver runs through me. Complicated. How do I explain that half the time I feel like staff and the other half like something far more personal? I can't. So I settle for working for a man who looks like that is difficult. Brittany snorts. If I were you, I'd just walk into his office naked and hope he took the hint. I laugh too, though mine sounds nervous, because tonight the idea doesn't feel as far-fetched as it should. Is the pay at least good? She asks, lowering her voice. I nod. Better than I ever imagined. She squeezes my hand. I'm glad. But if you ever need more, remember, my boss would set you up. Thank you, I say quickly, meaning it, even if I pray I'll never need to take her up on it. Just then, John returns with champagne, and at the same time I spot Tristan cutting through the crowd toward us. His eyes flick across Brittany and John, then lock on me. A second later, his hand is firm at my hip, pulling me against him. Evening, he says smoothly, offering John a practiced smile. Thanks for coming. I'm Tristan Blackwell. We haven't met. John beams, shaking his hand eagerly. Chairman Waltham. A pleasure. Chairman? A politician? My brows lift slightly. Brittany's regular is apparently more important than I thought. The men exchange a few words, agreeing to connect over lunch next week. Then Tristan steers me away, his hand still pressing into my waist. Everything okay? I ask, covering his hand with mine. Perfect, he says with a smile. Chairman Waltham was on my list tonight. I just didn't expect to find him so easily. I thought you were upset. His mouth tightens. I am curious how you ended up chatting with him and his date? I blink. Date? Escort, he clarifies bluntly. My lips part in shock. Was Brittany really that obvious? He seems genuinely taken with her. Maybe. His eyes narrow slightly, waiting for my explanation. Brittany worked at Mason's hotel. She was at Killian's wedding too. You must have seen her. He shakes his head. No memory of her at all. Oddly, that comforts me. It means that night he only noticed me. He dips close, brushing a kiss just below my ear. I shiver at the sensation and catch Brittany watching. Heat rises to my cheeks, worried she's misreading everything. When he lifts his head, his voice drops. There are some people I'd like you to meet. Important people. You'll help me close this deal. Me? My brows furrow. Are you sure? Just be yourself, Hania. That's all I need. We move upstairs to his office, where Mason, Charlotte, and a group of newcomers are waiting. Among them is a striking blonde with old Hollywood beauty. Charlotte beams. Hania, meet my sister-in-law, Nia Kincaid. Nia leans in, smiling warmly as she kisses my cheek. So nice to meet you. And you, I reply, charmed by her kindness. She gestures toward 3 dark-haired men standing behind her. These are my cousins, Matteo, Nico, and Lorenzo Andriani. Each gives me a nod, their stares sharp enough to make my skin prickle. Tristan reappears at my side, his fingers sliding down my bare arm in a quiet show of possession. I sink closer to him, grateful for the shield of his presence. Pleasure to meet you, I say politely. Are you based here in Vegas? Born and raised, Matteo replies, his gaze piercing. And you? I was born in Iran. My mother brought us here when I was 11. What made her choose Vegas? Nico asks, softer in tone. At the time, the casinos were booming. There was work. And maybe... I pause. Maybe she was hiding from something. She never said. Lorenzo tilts his head. And what do you do here now? I study at UNLV, slowly working through pre-law. Tristan's hand tightens at my waist, and she's guardian to her younger brother. The brother's expressions soften at once. Maybe that was the point. Tristan playing his card. I stiffen slightly. I don't want to be reduced to a sympathy story. It's a blessing and a curse, isn't it? Mateo says. Mason, standing nearby, gives a quiet nod. The weight in his eyes tells me he knows exactly what that burden feels like. I force a small laugh. If anyone has a secret for running a successful company, I'd love to hear it. Could use the extra money for my brother's care. The men chuckle good-naturedly. I know it was a naive comment, but humor is better than pity. How old is he? Mateo asks. 15, almost 16. Nearly grown, Nico remarks. If only. I silently pray I can keep Darius safe until adulthood. Mason clears his throat. Charlotte and Hania can step out if you want privacy for the rest of this discussion. Mateo shakes his head. Not necessary. We're ready to sign. The relief in Tristan's exhale is subtle, but I feel it. This was a big deal. As the men gather around his desk, Charlotte leans close and whispers, "For what it's worth, he touches you like you're precious." Precious. The word sticks in my chest. But I know better. Precious things break, and Tristan Blackwell is the sharpest danger I've ever known.
Chapter 14. Tristan. I bring Hania along to my next meeting, at least for the opening portion. This one is with the Board of Trustees for Dimitri's casino, Shimmer. It's held in the grand dining room, a much larger affair with layers of small talk and political maneuvering. Through it all, she stays beside me, her hip brushing mine now and then, her warmth grounding me as she flashes smiles and makes easy conversation. Even Matteo Andriani, cold as stone on most days, warmed to her. I watched it happen, the sharpness in his gaze softening, his eyes almost alight as he looked at her. Jealousy burned in me when he suggested she should marry her way out of her hardships. It was more than a comment. It was an offer. I'll do business with Matteo, head of the Italians here in Vegas, but if he so much as lays a hand on her... I shoved the thought down, my chest tight with possessive anger. Thankfully, this meeting goes smoother than most. None of these men have what it takes to charm her away. By the time contracts are on the table, I send Hania upstairs to change. This won't take long. I'll drive you home afterward. Killian pipes up beside me. We're headed back into the city, if you'd like me. I cut him off with a glare sharp enough to silence him. No one else is driving her. I want the quiet time with her. I want every minute I can claim. Besides, I'm still weighing where this thing with Hania is heading. Tonight she's been flawless. Graceful, poised, beautiful. Every move she's made has only confirmed what I've already begun to suspect. She's more than an asset. She's becoming essential. For the first time in my life, I can almost understand why men marry. But then I think of my father. He had a polished, elegant wife who gave him 6 sons, and he still chased women across England and beyond. Not exactly an inspiring example of loyalty. Still, when Hania glanced back at me over her shoulder as she slipped out of the room, it took everything I had not to follow. The contracts are signed, locking in a deal I've pursued for years. This move, coupled with the Italian support, will cripple the Russians' casino empire. They've let their properties rot, using them more to wash money than to grow them, and now I'll take control. It should feel like victory. Instead, all I can think about is Hania upstairs, waiting, unzipping that dress. I make myself linger for the obligatory toast, swirling the whiskey without drinking much. Every second drags until I can excuse myself. Then I'm out the door, up the stairs 2 at a time, loosening my tie as I go. By the time I reach the guest room, my jacket is off, shirt collar open. I knock. "Come in," her voice calls. Something inside me loosens at the sound. I push open the door. She's perched on the edge of the bed, still in that scarlet dress. You didn't change. She looks back over her shoulder, and my breath stumbles in my chest. I can't reach the zipper, she admits, pointing behind her. A low laugh escapes me. Her shoes rest neatly on the floor. I stride toward her, and she rises, presenting her back. I undo the tiny hook at the top, my fingers grazing warm skin, then slowly draw the zipper down. With each inch, more of her comes into view. The smooth line of her back, the clasp of her bra, the faint curve of her waist. She holds the front of the gown to keep it from slipping, but the effect is no less devastating. I trace upward again, my fingertips brushing lightly along her spine. She shivers beneath my touch, goosebumps rising where my skin meets hers. Her breath catches, and the sound nearly undoes me. I rest my palm on her stomach, pulling her gently back into me, fitting her curves against mine. She gasps, her hand finding my hip. The contact only fuels the fire already blazing through me. Hania, I murmur, my lips brushing near her ear as I kiss the side of her neck. Her head tips toward me, her voice barely a whisper. Tristan? I turn her gently, capturing her mouth in a kiss that's both fierce and unsteady, because it feels like claiming something I can't afford to lose. The gown slips from her shoulders and pools at her feet. I should be thinking, weighing consequences. Instead, my world narrows to her. The warmth of her skin, the tremor in her breath, the way she leans into me like she trusts me completely. And then she looks up at me with wide gray eyes, not just heated, but uncertain. Tristan. She swallows, her lips trembling. I still, my hand frozen at her waist. Her next words fall in a rush. I've never been with anyone before. The air leaves me in one long exhale. I've been on edge all night, strung tight with want. But standing here, with a virgin in my arms, the intensity shifts. I can't just take. Not from her. Not from Hania.
Chapter 15, Hania. The air turns icy, or maybe it's just Tristan. I'm nearly bare, stripped down in front of him, and he just stands there, silent. I regret saying anything, but he would have found out sooner or later, and then he might have been furious. Maybe he's already angry. You're what? I glance back over my shoulder. His hand is still at his waistband, his whole body coiled tight as if bracing for something. His gaze is shadowed and unreadable, and dread crawls through me. Still, I don't move. I can't. He put me here, and he hasn't told me to leave. My chest heaves. I'm only now realizing how deeply I crave direction, how much I long for strength in someone else. Please don't stop, I whisper. Please. Hania, he growls, voice edged in steel. Don't be upset, I murmur, tears pricking. I just want to be what you need. I dash. Hania. This time his tone cuts sharper, halting me. My lips press together, trembling. Then he's in motion. His hands catch my legs, pulling my underwear back into place with brisk precision. I cry out softly, humiliated and confused, my chest hollow. He snatches his shirt from the floor and pulls me upright. With swift, efficient movements, he threads one of my arms through a sleeve, swings the fabric around my back, then yanks my other arm into the opposite sleeve. Close it, he commands, his voice a deep rumble. I obey. Sit. I sit, head bowed, clutching the shirt closed across my chest, my knees pressed together as the first tear slips free. How did everything collapse so quickly? This was a mistake. I nod, throat tight. He's right. I've ruined things. But Darius depends on me keeping this job, and panic surges up my spine. Please, you're not going to fire me, are you? His face twists briefly, and my stomach sinks. We'll talk Monday. Get dressed, I'll take you home. And then he's gone, the door clicking shut behind him. The sob I've been holding bursts out. I've ruined everything. My hands shake as I dig out clothes from my bag in the bathroom closet. I yank a sweatshirt over my head, skipping the bra because my fingers are trembling too badly. Leggings follow, sliding over the thigh-high stockings. I carefully fold his shirt, inhaling the faint trace of his cologne before I set it neatly on the bed. His t-shirt, too. The scent only makes my chest ache harder. When he reappears in the doorway, he's dressed down, jeans and a fitted tee, and he looks devastating in a way that feels more real than the tuxedo ever did. Like someone I could have met anywhere. Like someone I could have loved. It hurts. I sling my bag over my shoulder and follow him downstairs, nearly jogging to keep pace with his strides. The silence in the kitchen is crushing. He grabs his keys. I force the courage to speak. Tristan. His expression is unreadable when he glances back. Monday, Hania. We'll talk then. I nod stiffly, though it feels like my face is cracking. I want to thank him for tonight, for the dress, for everything. But the words lodge in my throat. We step into the garage. Sleek cars line the walls. He unlocks an SUV, opens the passenger side, and steadies me with a hand on my elbow as I climb in. The heat of his touch sears me, but it's gone too fast. Once he's behind the wheel, the silence grows unbearable. I bite my lip, willing myself not to beg, not to cry. Finally, I blurt out, "What are you doing this weekend?" His voice is level. Nothing. Studying. Small talk. It feels like a knife. I fall quiet. He drives through the night easily, traffic thin, the glow of the city ahead. When he pulls to the curb at campus, he asks, "Close enough to your apartment?" Yes. Perfect. My fingers scramble for the handle. I just want to run to my bed and bury myself in tears. I'm halfway out when his voice stops me. Hania. Yeah? We'll talk Monday once we've cooled down. Of course. My voice cracks. Monday. Good night. Good night? I slam the door, forcing myself not to look back as I all but run across the sidewalk. His car pulls away and the sound nearly breaks me. By the time I unlock my door on the third try, tears stream freely down my cheeks. Darius glances up from the TV. How was it? Good, I lie, darting for my bedroom. I collapse face first into my pillow, sobbing until exhaustion drags me under. Morning sunlight is already spilling through my blinds when my phone jolts me awake. Groggy, I fumble through my bag until I finally answer. Hello? Hania? The voice is Dr. Lawrence's. Yes, hi. My pulse spikes. Doctors don't call casually on a Saturday. Sorry if I woke you. I've got news. I sit straighter. What kind of news? A potential donor has been identified for your brother. My breath stutters. Potential? He sighs heavily. There was a car accident. The patient is on life support and may not survive. My stomach knots. Another family's tragedy could mean my brother's chance. I'm so sorry. Thank you for saying that. It's important to understand both sides of this moment, but if this match holds, surgery could happen within 24 hours. My pulse hammers. That soon? That soon. Which brings me to something urgent. Were you able to arrange the funds we discussed? We'll need the down payment. I close my eyes. I've scraped together barely a fraction. I'll find it, I whisper. There's a pause, then his voice softens. I trust you'll do what you can. We end the call, but I don't move. $10,000, less than a day to get it. My thoughts race. Tristan? But if I ask, he'll know how desperate I am, and maybe fire me on the spot. Mason? But risking Charlotte's friendship could cost me more than I can bear. Or Brittany. The option I dread most, but one I might be forced to take. I stare at my phone, weighing every choice. Then, with trembling hands, I make the call.
Chapter 16. Tristan. I wake close to noon, my head pounding like a drum. The drive back after dropping off Hania was pure hell. 3 separate times I nearly turned the car around. The only thing that stopped me was the fact I didn't know which apartment was hers. I could have called. But then what? To admit I was a complete bastard from start to finish? Maybe. Probably. The truth is, I've always known Hania is different, pure, untouched by the kind of life I live. She's spent her youth caring for a sick brother, not chasing men or wasting time on empty flings. And me? I stripped her bare, bent her over a bed, and nearly took her virginity like she was just another notch on my belt. The thought makes me loathe myself. That was how I repaid her trust. But when the fire in me threatened to consume everything, I turned cold instead. Cruel. Detached. It was the only way I could wrestle back control. The truth? Hania deserves more than raw lust. She deserves tenderness, affection, to be cherished, not treated like some passing distraction. But she doesn't know that's what I was trying to do. All she saw was rejection. I've never been good at intimacy, real intimacy. No wonder I only last a month in any relationship. That realization drove me straight to the bar when I got home. Bottles half empty from the party still lined the counter. Champagne, scotch, vodka. I don't even remember how much I poured down my throat, just that it was enough to leave me waking in this state. I drag myself from bed, tug on workout pants, and stumble to the kitchen. Protein powders, banana, almond milk, all dumped into the blender. The noise feels like knives in my skull, but when it's done, I drink the whole thing straight from the pitcher. After forcing down eggs and ibuprofen, I finally feel steady enough to face the shower. But the moment the ache in my head dulls, another ache rises. Lower. Insistent. Impossible to ignore. Every thought circles back to her. The way she begged me softly not to stop. The way her voice hit me like a live wire. She gets under my skin in a way no one else ever has. Was she made for me? Am I insane for even letting myself think that? But marriage? Commitment? That's not me. I've been the wall my family leans on, the one who absorbs the worst of my father's rage and keeps the business steady. Why would I invite more weight onto my shoulders? And yet, Hania pulls me in like the tide, relentless, impossible to fight. Out of the shower, towel slung at my waist, I think maybe I should have taken her last night, gotten it out of my system. But that would have made me no better than my father. A selfish man taking what he wanted. Consequences be damned. Unlike Veronica accused, I don't lie. I don't hand out promises I won't keep. I can't do that to someone as vulnerable as Hania. Still, I want her. God, I want her. And that want could destroy her. I dress in slacks and a crisp shirt, though it's a Saturday. Armor. If I stay in jeans, I might storm to her apartment and throw her over my shoulder. I need distance, strategy, control. In my office, I stare at my phone. Should I call her? Apologize? Ask her to dinner? But we both know where that leads. Dessert. How long can I have her near without giving in? Without tasting what I'm not supposed to? The thought of handing her off to one of my brothers, to work in their homes or offices, makes my chest burn. The idea of her bending over a desk while one of them watches, unthinkable. Rage coils in my gut. Which leaves the wild plan I toyed with before. Marry her. Not forever. Just long enough to help her brother and to exhaust this storm inside me. A contract, like all my other relationships, only this time with a ring. I tapped the phone against my desk. How do you even ask that? I want you to be my wife. Temporarily. Even so, the perks would change her life. I scroll to her name in my contacts. Even seeing those letters typed out stirs something in me. I'm about to press call when another name flashes across the screen. Killian. I answer with a growl. What? You're a damn fool, you know that? Right back at you, I mutter. But Killian doesn't waste words unless it matters. It's the middle of the day. This isn't a social call. I don't do social calls. Waste of time. So it's business. Personal. That makes me pause. Killian doesn't do personal. My head throbs harder. Spit it out. It's Hania. My blood turns to ice. What about her? You know how Mason wanted me watching Dimitri's brothels. I shoot upright, pulse hammering. Killian. My voice carries the plea. Don't say what I think you're about to say. His silence says enough. Finally, he mutters, regret heavy in his tone. I saw her go in. Makeup smeared, tears running down her face, 2 men holding her arms. I slam the phone onto speaker and yank open my laptop, fingers flying. Within seconds, Dimitri's site loads on the dark web. And there she is, top of the page. One night with Hania. Starting bid, 50 grand. Her virginity. Rage explodes out of me, my fist crashing onto the desk. What the actual? What is it? Killian demands. He's auctioning her. I snarl. My throat feels raw. Was she fighting? Did she look forced? She looked sad. Scared. Anyone with her? Blonde girl. Small. Brittany. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. Where are you? I bark. Outside, but the place is locked down. You'll need serious firepower to storm it. I force myself to think, to breathe. However she ended up here, Hania doesn't belong in that world. She belongs with me. No one else is laying a hand on her. Send me the address, I order. Then tail Dimitri's family. His daughter, the nanny, eyes on them. Killian curses under his breath. You swore you were done with this kind of work. I'll try every other way first. But make no mistake. She's mine. And I will get her back. A pause. Then Killian's voice, low and steady. When you choose to protect a woman like that, brother, she'll give you everything in return. Every last piece of herself. And it'll change your life in ways you can't even imagine. I stare at the phone. I can't let myself believe that. Love? Happiness? That's not in the cards for me. But Hania is. I was going to war with Dmitry Ivanov anyway. Now it's personal. Hania will belong to no man but me. I grab my keys and storm out the door.
Chapter 17, Hania. I stand across from one of the most intimidating men I've ever encountered. His heavy accent tells me he's Russian, and Brittany confirms it when she says brightly, Hania, this is my boss, Mr. Ivanov. Dmitry, he corrects, his deep voice rolling out as his eyes sweep over me. I feel small under his gaze. I'm wearing the same sundress I had on for my interview at Tristan's. I hadn't known what else would be appropriate. My hair still holds faint curls from last night's styling, though I scrubbed off the smudged makeup earlier. When I called Brittany, she appeared at my place within half an hour, tugging me along with excitement. This is going to be amazing, she said as Darius watched us with narrowed eyes. Who's she? He asked. My friend, I said quickly, forcing a weak smile. We're just going shopping. He glanced at my outfit, suspicious. In your interview dress? I stumbled through a lie. I need new clothes for work, before rushing out. Now, standing here, I regret every step. Nothing about this feels right. I don't want to call this man Dimitri. I don't want to call him anything. All I want is to go home. I don't think I should. His smile makes him look even more menacing. Sit. The command is sharp. Against my better judgment, I drop into the chair. Why do I always obey? My hands twist in my lap. Brittany leans down, resting a hand on my shoulder. Hania needs $10,000 by tomorrow for her brother's surgery. 10,000, Dimitri muses. That's not easy money, even for a beautiful woman like you. His eyes roam over me like I'm on display. Brittany speaks before I can. Her tone is almost eager. She has something special. She's still a virgin. That kind of rarity goes for big money. A squeak escapes me, part shock, part outrage. I hadn't even wanted to be here, let alone have something so private announced like that. Dimitri leans forward, interest sparking in his gaze. Can that be proven? What? I stumble to my feet. No, I've changed my mind. Thank you for your time, but I need to leave. I'll pay your price. He pulls open a drawer, dropping a thick stack of bills on the desk. The sound makes my stomach turn, and the man who wins will stay here, in one of our rooms. Guards outside, for safety. Tonight? My voice cracks. That soon? I thought I'd have time. Time to think, to prepare. This is all spiraling too fast. I should have gone to Mason, or swallowed my pride and called Tristan. But after last night, tears blur my vision, but I force them back. This isn't about me. This is about Darius. I need the money. Fine. I'll do it. Good. Dimitri's grin widens as he pulls a contract from his desk, tossing it down along with a pen. Sign. The word makes me sick. I skim the paper. There's no way out once I write my name. Brittany taps my arm impatiently. Go on. It's the only way. Why is she pushing so hard? I glance at her, but then inhale and scrawl my name. For Darius, I whisper, sliding the paper back. Brittany claps her hands as Dimitri tucks the contract away. He hands her a bundle of cash from another drawer. She snatches it, stuffs it in her purse, and leaves without even looking back. I stare after her, my heart sinking. She didn't help me. She sold me. Before I can process, Dimitri comes around to the desk, gripping my elbow. His touch makes my skin crawl. Time to prepare. So soon. The auction begins at 6. Eat, rest, then you'll be dressed. Some bids are online, but others will happen in person. I try stalling, but he doesn't slow. Your photo will be posted within minutes. Buyers will line up. My chest tightens. I don't want this. Not any of it. Please, I don't think... Too late. You signed. And the money? I ask desperately. You'll have it after. And if you don't pay me? His grip tightens. I keep my word. Now, keep yours. That silences me. He leads me to a small, shabby room with a sagging couch. He snatches my purse, unzips it, and pulls out my phone. Hey, I start, but he cuts me off. It's in the contract. You'll get it back tomorrow, and with that, he's gone. I stand in the middle of the room, hugging myself. I can't sit on that couch. Minutes later, 3 women file in. One carries a greasy sandwich, another a basket of makeup and hair tools. The cruel contrast to last night hits me like a blow. No sparkling gowns, no glittering chandeliers, just cheap food, cheap lingerie, and me. One woman plops the sandwich on the table. Eat. I'm not hungry, I whisper. Eat, she snaps, pointing. I force down a bite, gagging, then wash it down with water. Apparently, that's enough. They set to work, curling my hair, layering makeup, inspecting me like livestock. Then a 4th woman enters. Time for your check. Check? My brow furrows. Two grab my arms, two my legs. Panic surges. Stop! You claim you're untouched, she says, pulling a device from her bag. No one mentioned this. You lying? Tears prick my eyes. No, no man has, except Tristan's touch last night, but that was different. That was wanted. She studies me for a long moment, then tucks the device away. I'll take your word. But if you're lying, the consequences are yours. Relief trembles through me, though her words are no comfort. My phone, I whisper. Please. My brother's doctor might call. She hesitates, then orders one of the others to fetch it. There's grumbling in Russian, but finally, the phone is handed back. I snatch it, checking the screen. 7 missed calls. My breath catches. I expect doctor. Lawrence's name. But it isn't him. It's Tristan. My hands shake as I press to play his first voicemail, but the phone is ripped from me. No calls, the woman scolds. Not until tomorrow. But he calls you 7 times? On a Saturday? Her lips twitch. Bosses don't call like that. Maybe he wants to be more. I don't answer. My hair is brushed smooth, makeup perfected, and then sheer white lingerie is thrust into my hands. My stomach knots. They slip the sundress off me, replacing it with lace and silk that barely covers anything. At least a robe is tossed over my shoulders, though the heels they shove on my feet wobble under me. Take this. Irina holds out a gummy. What is it? A pill helps you float. Easier that way. Tempting. But I shake my head. If this happens, I want to know. Suit yourself, she mutters, tugging me toward the hall. The murmur of male voices grows louder. My knees weaken. A red curtain looms ahead. Darius, I remind myself. I'm doing this for Darius. But before we even reach the curtain, my vision blurs, lights swimming before my eyes. My body goes weightless. I know I'm about to faint.
Chapter 18. Tristan. Riker and Rush stand at my sides as I face the address Killian passed along. He's elsewhere, keeping an eye on Dimitri's home. There's an unspoken rule in this world of power, crime, and real estate. Women are supposed to be off limits. But Dimitri's crossed a line, and if he's going to play dirty, then so am I. My gut twists. Maybe I painted a target on Hania by parading her through the benefit last night. I shove that guilt down. Tonight, there's no room for hesitation, only strength. I hammer my fist against the brothel door, the sound echoing through the alley. No response. Shadows shift behind me. A handful of men appear, but they don't carry the look of Bratva soldiers. Checking my watch, I note the time. Just past 5. Less than an hour until the so-called auction. I pound again. Silence. Grinding my teeth, I pull up Dimitri's number from my contacts and hit dial. While the line rings, I slam my fist on the door a 3rd time. Finally, the call connects. Tristan Blackwell. Dimitri. My voice comes out like a growl. You knocking holes in my door for a reason? I glance at the camera overhead, glaring. Because you've got something that belongs to me. Oh? His tone is mocking, maybe curious. And what might that be? My jaw tightens. Open the door, Dimitri. Or dash. Or what? You'll steal another one of my casinos. His voice drips venom. You're not stepping foot in here. I let out a low growl. That's a mistake. You've made this personal. Personal? He sounds honestly confused. What are you even talking about? I blow out a sharp breath. No games. Hania. I want her back. Now. Hania? The virgin? My stomach knots. How the hell did he find out? That's a problem for later. For now, I bite out, now. A buzz sounds, the lock releasing. I shove the door open, Riker and Rush on my heels. We barely step inside before guards are on us, frisking. Riker and Rush both lose their pistols. I'm unarmed, but I know I could rip Dimitri apart with my bare hands if it came to that. Still, I force myself to stay calm. We're marched down a narrow corridor until one guard stops at a doorway. "Those two wait outside," he orders, thick accent cutting the words. Riker steps forward. "No. This is family. He sees us all." His words sharpen my focus. Family. We walk in together. "It's all right, Ivan." "Let them in," Dimitri calls. The guard moves aside. Rush slips between us and him, instinctively taking up the role of shield. I've always been the planner, the one steering the family business. But right here, I feel their weight at my back, their strength holding me upright. My father may have been a selfish bastard, but my mother raised fighters, men who stand beside one another. That truth fills me as I step into Dimitri's office. He sits behind a desk, rough-hewn and broad-shouldered, his nose bent from old breaks, jaw set like granite. We're eye to eye, but his bulk is heavier. Russians like him, dangerous, relentless, can never be underestimated. I square my shoulders. "Why do you have Hania?" "She came willingly." His gaze doesn't waver. My knuckles rap the desk hard. Lie. He lifts his palms. Something about needing money for surgery. I want to snap back, to tell him he's wrong, that she would have come to me. But my gut twists, because I know why she didn't. I left her broken last night. But what are the chances she'd end up here? Of all places. You expect me to believe she just wandered into your den? Coincidence. One of my regular girls brought her. Brittany, the girl I'd dismissed as background noise at the party. How did I not see she was working for him? I inhale sharply. Then it's a mistake. She's mine. Dimitri wags a finger. This is America. A woman can sell herself if she chooses, same as you snatching casinos that aren't yours. So this is about me. At least it's on the table now. Name your price. I want profit tonight, since you gutted one of my biggest streams. That casino was never your top earner. If it had been, your board wouldn't have handed it to me. You're taking what doesn't belong to you, he snaps. We're at an impasse. From the hallway, I hear movement. Men gathering. The auction is close. I can't hand back the casino. It's the cornerstone of everything I've built. But watching Hania paraded for bidders, that's a line I can't let him cross. I plant both hands on his desk, leaning in, eyes locked on his. You want revenge? Come at my business, not my woman. Opportunity, he replies coldly. Russians never waste one. I straighten, rolling my shoulders. Slowly, I pull out my phone, never breaking his gaze, and dial. T? Killian's voice rumbles through the speaker. You're live, I announce. Where are you? At a sweet little park on Tremont. Dimitri snarls, the meaning not lost on him. Killian's sightline is on his daughter and nanny. He knows it. We can leave women out of this, I tell him evenly. Or not. Your choice. The risk is enormous. I know Dimitri's reputation. When Mason blocked his tunnel, he blew up a club in retaliation. Crossing him here? I've likely just fast-forwarded the war. But I can't watch Hania be sold. Dimitri gnashes his teeth. Canceling the auction destroys my credibility. You'll bounce back. You're clever. I'm clever in many ways, he shoots back. You sure you want this fight? He's a man cut from brutality. But me? My bloodline is steel. I meet his glare without flinching. Hand her over. Now.
Chapter 19. Hania. A sharp slap jolts me awake. My eyes fly open, struggling to make sense of the room and the women surrounding me. Up, girl. Time for your moment. The heavy accent of the woman on my right makes my brow crease. Where am I? My voice cracks. She scoffs. Don't play the amnesia act. Contracts signed. No walking away now. Contract? My thoughts scramble as the fog clears. I glance down, and it all rushes back. I'm standing there in little more than lingerie. A strangled cry escapes my lips. She's good at the act, another woman mutters, yanking me by the arm to pull me upright. I stagger, knees weak, until a second woman grabs my other side. My legs threaten to give out, but their grips are iron. Beyond the curtain, a wave of male voices roars. Loud, restless, hungry. "Gentlemen!" a man calls out, his voice booming. "Plenty of room for everyone!" "Bring her out!" someone shouts. "I want to see her!" another bellows. The voices rise in a frenzy and panic slams into my chest. Whoever ends up with me will have fought for the privilege. He'll be riled, impatient. My stomach twists. "I can't do this," I whisper, my voice breaking. "I can't." "You can." A third woman presses on my back, pushing me forward. "Go somewhere else in your head when it happens," another advises coldly. "Don't think about the pain." My heart races. What have I agreed to? A sob tears from my throat just as they shove me through the curtain and onto the stage. Blinding light sears my eyes. I throw up an arm to shield my face. The noise swells, men cheering, shouting, voices slamming together until it feels like the air itself vibrates. I stand on a raised platform, barely above them, exposed. A large hand clamps down on my arm, keeping me in place. The man holds a microphone, but his words blur as hands reach from the crowd, fingers brushing my legs. I cry out, trying to retreat, but the grip on me won't let me move. Verified pure. Auction starts at 50,000. All bids through the app, silent only. The room falls still. The silence terrifies me more than the shouting did. I scan the crowd, wondering, terrified, which man will claim me. Then a door at the back slams open. Every head swivels. A man steps inside, eyes sharp and dark, and my chest seizes. A sob bursts from me as relief floods in. "Tristan," I whisper, broken, my body sagging against the auctioneer's hold. Two more men appear at his sides, his brothers, though their names escape me. Tristan's gaze doesn't leave mine. My body leans toward him instinctively, desperate for his nearness. He storms forward, pushing through the crowd. More men file in behind him, and among them, Dimitri. My pulse spikes. My knees buckle. I nearly collapse. The auctioneer curses in a language I don't understand, dropping the mic with a crash to grab me with both hands. But then Tristan vaults onto the stage, fury carved into his face. "Let her go." "You are—" "Do it!" Dimitri cuts him off from the aisle, voice sharp. A beat passes before the man obeys, releasing me. Tristan is there instantly, pulling me upright before scooping me over his shoulder. My stomach presses into him, legs dangling as his arm anchors me in place. "You're saving me?" I gasp, clutching his jacket, trying to make sense of it all. "No, Hania," he growls, striding forward as the crowd erupts around us. "I bought you." Then his hand comes down, sharp against me. A warning, a command. I gasp, stiffening, but I don't fight. Not even as men reach, trying to drag me back. Tristan spins, snarling. Touch her again, and I'll end you. She's mine. One man lunges too close. Tristan jabs his throat with brutal precision, sending him choking back into the mass of bodies. I clutch tighter around his waist, trembling as chaos surges. The auction is over! Dimitri's voice booms across the room. The girl has been claimed. The house will open in 10 minutes for anyone else. The noise shifts. Less rage, more distraction. Tristan doesn't pause. With me still over his shoulder, he strides for the exit. I don't know what comes next, but whatever it is, I'll take it if it means being with him. My arms circle his waist as my head droops against his back. Even when his hand smacks down again, firm, claiming, I don't resist. Instead, I close my eyes, sinking into him. What were you thinking, Hania? He mutters, voice edged with fury and something deeper.
Chapter 20. Tristan. Seeing Hania on that stage, vulnerable and surrounded by men who looked at her like she was something to be taken, unleashed a primal fury in me. Every instinct screamed to tear the place apart, and when it was over, my hand twitched, wanting to shake her, scold her, anything to keep her from ever putting herself at risk again. But I forced myself to stop. I'd already been down this road. I was an idiot to think I could live under the same roof as Hania, watch her every day, and not touch her. Riker's SUV is idling at the curb. He climbs into the driver's seat, Rush takes shotgun, and I slide into the back with Hania, pulling the door shut behind me. Before I've even settled, Riker peels away from the curb. Hania is sprawled on the seat, and anger still pounds through me. You haven't answered me yet. I snap. Her face turns toward the cushion, hair spilling forward. What was the question? My jaw tightens. Why did you go there instead of coming to me? She doesn't meet my eyes. After last night, her voice falters. I know what she means. The tension between us. The way I left things hanging. I rub a hand across my face, lowering myself onto the narrow sliver of seat beside her legs. Even so, you should have asked me. She shakes her head, curls bouncing. I need my job. I couldn't risk losing it by asking you for $10,000. 10? My voice sharpens. You were ready to throw your future away for 10,000? I just wired Dimitri 10 times that. Mason would lose his mind if he knew. And worse, I'd only made our feud bloodier. But before I can say more, Hania jerks upright. My phone! Rush hands back her bag, and I pass it to her. She digs frantically until she finds the phone, her legs still draped across the seat. Even now, she looks heartbreakingly beautiful. Riker glances in the mirror, his gaze lingering too long. I jab him hard in the shoulder until he grunts and refocuses on the road. Hania's breath catches. Thank goodness. What is it? I demand. Dr. Lawrence. He might have found a liver for Darius. If it's confirmed, my brother has to be at the hospital within the hour. I let out a sharp breath. And how are you going to manage that from Dimitri's den? Tears glisten in her eyes. He's nearly 16. He could have taken the bus. Still reckless, Hania. Do you realize what could have happened? What kind of men you were about to face? Her voice cracks. I don't have insurance. The surgery won't happen without money. And if Darius doesn't get it soon, he'll die. The words slice through me. She would sacrifice everything for her brother. I know what it is to shoulder the weight of family, to stand in the fire so others don't burn. Rush shifts uncomfortably, but I pull Hania against me, holding her close. She sinks into me, whispering, "I'm sorry." My hand slides into her hair, cradling her head. "No, I'm sorry. For last night. For not making it clear that you can always come to me." Her eyes widen, searching mine, but before she can speak, her phone rings again. She snatches it up. "Hello? Miss? Darvani?" Dr. Lawrence's voice is unmistakable, and I don't move away. "Yes, doctor. I have news." His tone is heavy. She grips the phone tighter. "Please, tell me." The potential donor has regained consciousness. The transplant is no longer possible. Her face crumples, though her words stay kind. That's wonderful for him." The doctor clears his throat gently. "Don't lose hope. We'll keep searching. I'd like to see Darius Monday." "Yes, of course. Thank you." Her voice is trembling. She ends the call and collapses against me, sobs shaking her body. I gather her into my lap, holding her as tightly as I can, murmuring words I don't even realize until Rush clears his throat. I fall silent, jaw clenched, but I don't let her go. By the time we reach my house, the gate clanging shut behind us, Hania is curled against my chest. I glance at Riker. "How soon do we need to talk strategy?" 10 minutes, he replies grimly. I nod, stepping out with Hania in my arms. Setting her briefly on her feet, I strip off my jacket and drape it around her shoulders before guiding her inside. Mrs. Wraith appears, but I wave her off. "Clear the house." She disappears without a word. "I'm humiliated," Hania whispers. "Never be ashamed of what you're willing to do for the people you love." Riker says quietly beside us. Her chin lifts slightly. "Thank you." At the stairs, I lift her again, carrying her into my room. Setting her gently on her feet, I murmur, "Lie down. Close your eyes. I'll be back soon." She nods, exhausted, and I press a brief kiss to her lips before forcing myself away. Downstairs, my brothers wait. We move into my office, and Rush wastes no time. "What happened last night?" I glare. "That's your question?" Riker leans back in his chair. "It's mine too." Grinding my teeth, I answer. I stopped when she told me the truth. But I handled it badly. I was cold. Riker nods knowingly. "Yeah, you were rough." But anyone would have been rattled. Rush studies me. "You've been on edge for a long time, Tristan. But last night you were happy. We noticed." I don't reply. They're right. For a few fleeting hours, I'd felt something I hadn't in years. Riker leans forward. "If you're serious about her, we'll stand with you against Dmitri. But if you're not, if this is just another fling, you can't drag her through this." Their loyalty hits me harder than I expect. My brothers have always had my back, even when I didn't see it. I exhale slowly. I don't know what this is yet. But I know I can't watch her struggle alone. She's strong, but she's carrying too much. Rush gives a wry grin. "Strong enough to put up with you." That says a lot. I scowl, but they're right. Hania is tougher than she looks. "So what's the plan?" Riker asks. "We poked the bear today." "We poked him the moment we moved against his casino," I remind him. "This just sped things up." I pace the room, thinking aloud. It might not even have been an accident. Killian threatened his family months ago. And Brittany, the girl who led Hania there, was at Killian's wedding? That's not coincidence. Rush swears under his breath. You think Dimitri targeted her? It's possible. Which means she needs protection. And I'm not letting anyone else carry that weight. Riker leans back. Rock, meet hard place. Too true. If Dimitri doesn't get an offer tempting enough, he'll strike. And if I can't contain him, elimination might be the only answer.
Chapter 21. Hania. The faint creak of the door pulls me out of the light doze I had fallen into. I blink at the fading daylight spilling through the windows, my vision sharpening as Tristan steps inside, balancing a tray in his hands. "When was the last time you ate?" he asks. I push up on my elbows, my shoulders lifting off the bed. That's my job. I'm supposed to be the one carrying trays for you. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he sets the tray down on a console table, then shuts the door with a soft click. I throw back the covers, intending to stand. I'd stripped out of the lingerie earlier, slipping into one of his shirts instead. It smelled of him, and I fell asleep wrapped in that comfort. "Stay," he orders, his voice low and sure. He strides closer, his hand slipping into my hair as he tilts my face up. His kiss is swift but searing, pulling the breath from my lungs. "I borrowed this," I whisper, tugging at the oversized shirt. "Good." His approval rumbles from him before he retrieves the tray and brings it to the bed. He sets it across my lap, folding the legs into place. The tray is full. Fruit, yogurt, nuts, and a steaming shrimp and grain dish. My stomach knots at the sight, though, because this moment is so far from what I imagined for tonight. I'd thought I'd be enduring my darkest hours, not sharing a meal. Tristan sits across from me and begins eating. His eyes lift as he swallows, and he gestures to the food with his fork. "Eat." I pick up a fork, then hesitate. "When I asked you earlier if you were saving me, you said you bought me." "What did that mean?" He pauses mid-bite. For a moment he doesn't answer, then he finishes chewing. "You signed a contract." The pit in my stomach deepens. "Does that mean you had to pay?" He doesn't meet my gaze. "Something like that." I press my lips together. "I'm sorry." He finally looks at me, his tone steady. "Don't apologize, sweetheart. Money is the one thing I never lack, but I do want one promise." His hand cups my jaw, his thumb grazing my skin. "Next time you're in real trouble, who will you come to?" "You," I whisper. "Good girl." His mouth captures mine again, a kiss both tender and commanding. For a moment, I want nothing more than to cling to him. Then he leans back, his tone firm. "Now eat." I sigh and lift my fork again. "Will you spank me if I don't?" My backside is still tender, a lingering reminder. His gaze sharpens. "Don't tempt me." Heat floods my cheeks. As strange as it sounds, being claimed so fiercely earlier, while terrifying, also left me feeling something I can't quite name. Feminine. Wanted. I tasted the yogurt first. Creamy, smooth, a hint of sweetness. "This is incredible." He watches me with satisfaction. Money may not buy happiness, but it buys very good food. I take another bite, my mood lifting slightly. "Don't you think stability is its own kind of happiness?" His expression sobers. Stability is survival. That's why I built Blackwell Brothers with my family. We started with nothing but obligations and shadows, and we carved something strong enough to last. "That's a lot to carry." His eyes linger on me. "And something you understand better than most." I shake my head. "Not like you. I'm just trying to keep my brother alive. I haven't figured out long-term stability yet." "You love him," Tristan says simply. "That's what matters most." My heart squeezes. "What about you?" "I work well." "Love?" He exhales, looking past me at the fading sky. "I struggle with that. My brothers, they seem happier, more balanced, and I resent it sometimes." The vulnerability in his words pierces me. being the one who carries the weight. It's exhausting. Our hands find each other across the tray, his lips brushing my palm before he lets it go. I finish more of the shrimp, the flavor rich and grounding. For the first time since yesterday, the horror of the auction feels distant. Tristan had shouldered it all, dragged me out of the fire. And now, how do I even begin to repay him? I rise with the tray, set it on the console, then dig my toothbrush from my bag. "I'll be right back," I say softly, heading for the bathroom. But his footsteps follow. I freeze as he fills the doorway. "Tristan," I gasp. "I just need a minute." He plants himself in the frame, arms folded, gaze unyielding. "Tonight you're mine, Hania. If I choose to watch, then I will." Words lodge in my throat. I set my toothbrush on the sink, my pulse quickening. Then, swallowing hard, I move toward the toilet, knowing I can't fight him, but also realizing a part of me doesn't want to.
Chapter 22. Tristan. Watching Hania obey me without hesitation stirs something primal in me. It isn't about the act itself. I'm not interested in strange fetishes. What gets to me is the way she listens, the way she responds to every command or touch as though she was made for me. She's not weak, not at all. She's resilient. But when it comes to me, she surrenders, and that submission does something fierce to my insides. I strip off my shirt, then tug the t-shirt over my head, tossing both aside. Shoes gone next, pants following. My pulse pounds in my ears as steam begins filling the shower. When I turn on the jets, I don't just want to wash her skin. I want to wash away the ugliness of where she's been today. A fresh start. A reset. I glance back. She hesitates only a second before sliding her underwear down, stepping out, and lifting my shirt over her head. Then she's standing before me, bare and breathtaking. Her body is sculpted perfection, curves and strength, soft skin and long lines that make me feel like I could stare at her forever and never get enough. She slips her fingers into mine, tentative but willing. I lead her into the shower, shutting the glass door behind us. Water cascades over her, soaking her hair, running down her shoulders, over the curve of her waist. I step in behind her, pulling her back to me, hands roaming over her damp skin, savoring the contrast of heat and slickness beneath my palms. She shivers when I trail my fingers up her ribs and lower, teasing her with just enough pressure to make her body arch into mine. Her soft cries echo against the tile, her head falling back against my shoulder. I kiss her damp neck, tasting water and skin, while my hands explore. Every sound she makes twists me tighter. I'd promised myself I'd go slow, that I'd be patient with her innocence. But she's unraveling me. She clings to me, her fingers tangled in my hair, her body trembling. I murmur encouragement against her ear, wanting her to lose herself fully in the moment. And then she does. Her release hits, and she cries out, her body shaking as I hold her steady. I turn her gently, guiding her away from the spray. Her cheeks are flushed, her breath's uneven, but her eyes, those stormy gray eyes, shine with something that pierces straight through me. "On your knees," I say, my voice thick with restraint. She sinks down without hesitation, trusting me. My hands brace her as she lowers, and when she looks up at me, water dripping from her lashes, my chest tightens. The sight of her, open and unguarded, undoes me. I grip her hair, steady but careful, and she tilts her chin up, waiting. It's too much. All the tension, the hunger, the endless need I've been fighting, it all breaks. The release leaves me shaking, Yet instead of the emptiness I usually feel after moments like this, I feel clear, anchored, connected. I pull her back into my arms, kissing her deeply, tasting her surrender, her warmth, her willingness to give me every part of herself. And just like that, my desire reignites, fiercer than before. Her leg hooks around my waist, drawing me closer, and my hands roam again, pulling her against me, grinding, wanting more. I lift her easily, bracing her against the slick shower wall, her arms looped around my neck. She's tense, uncertain, but she doesn't pull away. I press in carefully, slowly, reading every breath and sound she makes. She gasps, her body adjusting, her nails skimming my shoulders as though clinging to me will make it easier. "Are you all right?" I murmur, forcing myself to still, forehead against hers. She nods shakily, her lips brushing my ear. "Don't stop, Tristan." Her voice, soft but certain, snaps the last tether of my restraint. I push deeper, claiming her fully, every nerve ending on fire as I fight the urge to lose control. She's mine. In this moment, there's no business, no Russians, no weight of family duty. There's only Hania, trembling, strong, giving me more than I deserve. And for the first time in years, maybe ever, I wonder if this is what it feels like not to take, but to truly belong.
Chapter 23. Hania. Every nerve in my body feels on fire as Tristan moves inside me. I press my face into the curve of his shoulder, clinging tighter. It hurts, yes, but not enough to make me want him to stop. If anything, the ache makes me certain this moment is exactly where I'm meant to be. The thought of what tonight could have been if he hadn't come for me nearly steals my breath. I squeeze him tighter, afraid I might be holding him too hard, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, he moves with care, pulling out slowly, then easing back in. The shower still steams around us, and the air is so thick and warm that my head swims. But with each movement, the sting fades, my body adjusting to him. I discover the less I tense, the easier it feels. I lean back against the wall so I can see his face. His neck is corded tight, veins straining as though he's fighting himself. Without thinking, I run my hands over him to ease the tension. His gaze flicks to mine, dark and strained. "Hania," he rasps, "are you trying to comfort me?" My lips curve in a small smile. "You look like you need it." The sound he makes is almost a growl before he claims my mouth in a deep kiss. His tongue slides against mine, his body pressing closer as he moves again, this time without pain, only a rush of heat that leaves me trembling. I hold him tighter, tangling my fingers in his hair, meeting every kiss with one of my own. "God," he groans against my lips, as though the sensation is too much even for him. My eyes flutter open. "Are you all right?" I whisper, hoping he feels even a fraction of what I do right now. To me, this is everything. For him, I can only hope. He answers with a ragged groan. "You feel incredible, love." I exhale, arching into him, my body stretching to take more of him in. He feels incredible too. Not just the physical connection, but his strength, his warmth, the way he holds me up and carries the weight so I don't have to. His grip shifts, cupping me as he lifts me higher, sliding me down again, filling me once more. The new angle sparks pleasure I didn't expect, and a soft moan slips from my lips. My head falls back, baring my neck to him, and he doesn't hesitate. His mouth finds my skin, his lips trailing heat that matches every thrust. I never imagined it could feel like this. So consuming, so right. My nails dig into his scalp as if anchoring myself in him, needing to remember this forever. For the first time, I realize I've always needed a man like this. Someone strong enough to take control, but steady enough to keep me safe. With Tristan, that balance makes me ache in ways I never knew possible. He kisses me again, gentler now, his movements careful. I know he's holding back, being mindful of me, and that care only makes me want to give him more. I tilt my hips, letting him deeper. He shudders against me, a sound tearing from his chest, raw and unrestrained. One hand braces against the wall beside my head, while the other holds me tighter. I kiss the base of his thumb, wanting him to know I'm here, sharing this with him. His forehead drops to mine, eyes shut, his body trembling with release as mine wraps fully around his. For a moment, we don't move, just holding, breathing, connected. He whispers something against my hair. I don't even catch the words, but the tone, the way he says my name, feels like a promise. When he finally eases out, I lower my legs back to the tile, though every part of me wants to keep clinging. The shift leaves me colder, emptier, as though the moment is already slipping away. The glass door slides open with a hiss of steam, and cool air rushes in. I shiver, but before I can reach for a towel, he pulls me back into his arms, wrapping one around us both. "The blood," I whisper, my face burning. He takes the edge of the towel, dabbing gently, as though it's nothing. "It's just a towel, sweetheart." I'll get another, but shame prickles through me. For me, every little thing has weight and cost. For him, everything is replaceable, including me. The thought makes my chest tighten. I slip away, grabbing a fresh towel and wrapping it around myself. My reflection in the mirror looks back at me, damp hair plastered to my skin, eyes too wide, vulnerable. I rake my fingers through the tangles, anything to keep my hands busy. He steps behind me, our gazes meeting in the mirror. His eyes are sharp, searching, and I look away too quickly. "Hania," he says quietly. I reach for my toothbrush, voice muffled as I squeeze on paste. "Yeah?" "Where did you just go?" "I'm right here," I deflect, brushing as if it shields me. He doesn't buy it. "I know what it looks like when someone builds a wall. You just put one up." I pause, meeting his reflection again. "What happens now?" "We go to bed." "Here?" "Yes. And then tomorrow I just leave?" "No." My toothbrush slips from my lips. "What?" "Your brother's coming here too." I spin toward him, confusion flooding me. "Why?" "Because it's safer. For both of you." The words rattle around in my head. "Safer? From what?" I press a hand to my throat. I don't understand. He exhales, heavy and steady. "The man who put that contract in front of you? He's not just anyone. He runs the Russian Mafia here in Vegas, and he owns the casino I just took." My knees weaken, and Tristan steadies me with his grip. My voice cracks. "The Bratva? That's real?" "Very real. And now he knows you matter to me." I should be terrified, and I am. But part of me clings to that last part. I matter to him. "I won't let him use you to get to me," Tristan says firmly. "You and Darius stay here until I deal with this." The words settle heavy in my chest. "You think he'd actually hurt us?" He doesn't answer, which is answer enough. When he hands me my phone, his voice is calm, commanding. "Call your brother. Riker and Rush will bring him here tonight." My hands shake as I dial, but his arms wrap around me from behind, lips brushing my temple. "I need you to trust me, Hania." "I do," I whisper and hit Darius's contact. Tristan adds over his shoulder, "Tell him he'll have his own room, a TV, even a gaming system, and bring a swimsuit for the pool." When I repeat the words, Darius's voice lifts with excitement, something I haven't heard from him in far too long. Tristan's mouth quirks as he disappears into the bedroom, already making more calls, issuing orders. He moves with purpose, like danger is nothing more than another business deal. But for me, it's everything. I follow him to the doorway, clutching the phone, torn between fear and gratitude, dread and hope. And when he turns back, his shirt in hand, his gaze locks on mine. "Tonight, you stay here." With me. My throat tightens. I nod, too tired to argue, too raw to resist. For now, I'll take the safety of his arms and the illusion of peace, even if tomorrow shatters it.
Chapter 24. Tristan. It takes a couple of hours before Darius arrives and gets settled. By the time I climb into bed, Hania is curled against me, her body soft and warm in my arms. She fits against me too perfectly, and though exhaustion should have hit me, sleep refuses to come. Every shift she makes, every sigh she lets out, only tightens the restless ache inside me. I rest my palm on the curve of her back, sliding under her borrowed shirt. Her skin is smooth, a reminder of how close I came to losing her last night. If I'd been thinking clearly from the start, I would have brought her and her brother here sooner. But it's done now, and one thing is certain. Hania is under my protection. That truth hits hard. I've never risked business or jeopardized family moves for a woman before. Even hiring her was against my instincts. Yet with her, every decision I've made has been different. I thought once I had her, the pull would fade. Instead, it's stronger than ever. I press a kiss to her temple, my chest tightening as she shifts closer in her sleep. Tristan. She sighs softly, nuzzling against me. The sound of my name spilling from her lips while she dreams makes me clench my jaw. I slide my hand lower, cupping her gently through the thin fabric of her underwear. But I force myself still. She needs rest. Her body needs time. And I need control. Tomorrow will bring meetings. Mason, my brothers, maybe even Win. As the eldest, Win tends to insert himself into every discussion, assuming his title makes him the authority over everything. In England, maybe that's true. But here, this empire, that's mine. I close my eyes, trying to quiet my mind, but instead of rest, my body hums with alertness. I feel wired, as if I need to stay awake just to guard her through the night. Her hand finds my chest in her sleep, her dark hair spilling across my pillow. It takes deliberate, steady breaths before I finally drift off. It feels like only moments later, when the shrill ring of my phone drags me awake. I groan, fumbling for it, Mason's name lighting up the screen. Hania stirs, blinking up at me with sleepy eyes. "Hello," I mutter, voice still rough from sleep. "What the hell were you doing in Dimitri's brothel?" Mason's roar jolts me fully awake. Hania gasps at the words, clutching the covers. I swing upright, scowling. Mason may be my partner, but I don't answer to him. "Hang on," I rumble, pulling the phone from my ear as he keeps shouting. Then I hang up. Leaning down, I kiss Hania's forehead. "Go back to sleep, sweetheart." She frowns. "He's angry with you. Because of me." I kiss her again. "I can handle Mason. You rest." The phone rings again, but I ignore it until I'm in the hall, tugging on a pair of joggers. Finally, I answer. "Mason." Who was that voice I heard? I pause. "You wanted to know why I was at Dimitri's brothel." It was Hania, wasn't it? I blow out a breath. "You're calling me before dawn and not listening." "I'm listening," he growls. "I knew you were interested when you brought her to the benefit. If you hurt her, Tristan, you answer to me." His words roll off me. Mason doesn't see the full picture yet, but his priorities are clear. I've told you before, I won't hurt her. Making her your latest fling is exactly that. That stings, but it also sparks anger. She's not a fling. Women who come and go don't sleep in my bed, and I sure as hell don't storm brothels for them. What are you talking about? Check Dimitri's site. There's silence, then clicks as Mason pulls it up. A beat later, his curses fill the line. Dr. Lawrence thought he had a donor. He asked Hania for a down payment. She didn't have it. I grit my teeth. Brittany showed up with an offer. That's how she ended up at Dimitri's. Brittany? Mason spits. Yes, an average blonde. Hardly Dimitri's type. My guess? She's a plant. Especially since she turned up with Waltham, Mason mutters darkly. And Waltham's in Dimitri's pocket. That's the problem. His roots run deep in this city. I take a long sip of espresso, already bracing. Listen. Dimitri isn't going quietly. The Russians don't fight clean. We're headed for another war, like with the Vendettis. We bled for that one, Mason snaps. I want to avoid another. Then cut a deal. No. His refusal is sharp as steel. He's already struck at me once. Leaving him here means he'll strike again. Then you'll have to take him out, I reply coldly. But don't look at Killian. He's done with that part of the game. His job now is intel, and he's damn good at it. Funny, considering this all started because of you. That's garbage, I bite back. This started when you cut his tunnel access. Dimitri retaliated, same as he always does. He's already made moves with the Italians. Bombed temptation. Then decide, Mason. But don't drag me into a blood feud. My job is protecting my family first. There's silence, then his low growl. What's gotten into you? I don't answer. What's gotten into me is still upstairs, curled in my shirt, changing the way I see everything. Either way, I finish, this can't hang over us. Make your choice. I'll hear it tomorrow. I hang up before he can reply. When I turn, Hania is padding into the kitchen, still in my t-shirt, her hair mussed, her eyes soft. I reach for her, pulling her close as the machine spits out another shot. Mason's voice is already fading from my mind as she takes the cup from me, makes a face at the bitterness, and hands it back. I chuckle, tucking her against me. Why aren't you asleep? Couldn't, she whispers, arms sliding around my neck. Her softness grounds me. My hands trail down her back, resting possessively. Sore? A little, she admits shyly. The thought satisfies me more than I'll ever say. As I froth milk for her, she murmurs, I'll unpack my things after this. In my closet, I reply simply. She hesitates. Wouldn't a guest room? No. My voice leaves no room for argument. Her smile gives her away. She likes it when I'm firm with her, and I can't deny it. I like that about Hania.
Chapter 25. Hania. I hang my clothes in Tristan's closet, trying not to notice how out of place my faded shorts and simple tops look against his rows of tailored suits. He leans in the doorway, arms crossed, just watching. Heat rises to my cheeks. Does he see the contrast between our worlds? Does it bother him? When my bag is empty, I tuck it into a storage bin and straighten. The closet is bigger than the bedroom Darius and I share back home. There's even an island in the middle, complete with drawers and a stone counter. I run my fingers over the smooth surface. What's this used for? Folding, he replies casually. My brows lift. I know his laundry is sent out and comes back neatly pressed. I glance at the counter again, my fingertips tracing its edge. Like much of this house, it's beautiful but untouched. Has it ever actually been used? His gaze sharpens, voice dropping low. Are you judging me? Flustered, I shake my head quickly. No, not at all. I'm just surprised by it all. At how much I own but don't use? He presses, stepping forward. He's shirtless, his presence overwhelming, and I can feel the blush creeping higher. Everything in here is perfect, I murmur. It almost feels wrong for me to disturb it. He closes the distance between us, his hands firm as he lifts me easily onto the counter. My arms fly around his shoulders, my legs around his waist, my body reacting before I can think. His lips claim mine, slow but consuming, leaving me breathless when he finally pulls back to whisper, I want you here. Mess things up all you want. I smile against his mouth as he kisses me again. The counter beneath me is cool, the heat of his body stark against it. His hands explore my back as he draws me closer, and I feel a shiver despite the warmth of his touch. His strength makes me feel safe in a way I haven't in a long time. When he leans in, I instinctively lean back, trusting him completely. The kiss deepens, his intensity wrapping around me like fire. I trail my hands down the hard planes of his back, memorizing every ridge of muscle, every line of him. By the time he pulls away, my chest is rising and falling in uneven breaths. His eyes burn with something I don't dare name. The rest blurs into sensation. His closeness, his warmth. The way he makes me forget everything except the two of us in this moment. I lose myself in him until exhaustion overtakes me, my body giving way to sleep almost the second he carries me to bed. When I wake again, his fingers are tracing lightly down my arm. I blink, groggy. Ho. Lo. He chuckles softly. Hello to you, too. I rub at my eyes. How long was I out? 4 hours. 4 hours? I try to bolt upright, but the sudden dizziness sends me swaying. His hand steadies me before I can topple. Take it slow. You're fine. I sink back, breathing deeply. I should check on Darius. He's good, Tristan assures me. And your new clothes arrived. My clothes? My head tilts. What do you mean? Remember how I said I wanted you as my assistant instead of a maid? I ordered pieces for that role. They're here. The word assistant hits me like a bucket of cold water, a reminder that, despite everything, I'm still just an employee. I slip out of bed and head for the bathroom, needing space to think. The reminder stings, especially after how close things felt earlier. Tristan follows, as he always does. I'll get you some coffee. Show me how to use the machine and I'll make it for you. I reply, avoiding his gaze. Mind if I shower? Go ahead, he says. There's a flicker of something in his eyes, but he doesn't stop me. I turn on the water, stepping in, grateful for the hot spray washing over me. Before I can close the glass door, his hand stops it. My brothers will be here within the hour, he says, stepping inside without hesitation. Even my oldest. I glance at him through the steam. The Duke? That's right. His plane's landing soon. My head spins again. Did he already have a flight booked? No, a friend lent him a private jet. His tone is matter of fact, as if such things are normal. We're considering buying one ourselves. The scale of his world still overwhelms me. I rinse the shampoo from my hair, whispering, And you want me to meet him? Of course, Tristan replies firmly. You're part of this now. My stomach twists. Part of this. Right. The girl who nearly destroyed a massive business deal. The maid who turned into a complication. I scrub conditioner through my hair, preparing myself. If I'm going to face his family, his duke of a brother, I may as well look polished while I stand before the jury.
Chapter 26. Tristan. Hania has been unusually quiet since we woke the second time, and it isn't the content, happy kind of quiet. There's tension just beneath her surface, like she's bracing for something. Is she thinking about my brothers? Her brother? Dimitri? Probably all of it. We're due for a serious talk about where things stand, but first, I've got to handle my family. Riker, Rush, and Killian usually follow my lead. Grizz, my twin, asks more questions, but as long as my choices keep us safe, he comes around. He's got marriage on his horizon now, so his focus is more on building a good life with his fiancée than fighting battles. But Win, he's different. He's got my father's stubbornness, my mother's sharp mind for business, and a kind of commanding presence that makes other men step back. It isn't an act. Win is naturally confident, and once he chooses a direction, it's nearly impossible to shift him. I love him, but he's still a royal pain in my side. My role has always been to carry the weight for this family, and that has made life heavy at times. But Hania has shifted that weight. She makes the load lighter, makes life more beautiful. I don't think I could ever go back to how things were before her. I won't pretend to Win that I didn't give up leverage by pulling Hania out of Dimitri's den. I lost space to maneuver. I showed too much of my hand too early. But I don't regret it. Not for a second. If anything, I think saving her may be one of the best decisions I've ever made. Now she and her brother are under my roof. She's not temporary. Hania is my future. I'll tell her that soon enough, after I deal with Win and the rest. In the shower, she faces away from me, shoulders slightly hunched. I finish rinsing off and step closer, sliding my hand to her hip, pressing against her back. Need a hand? Her body softens against mine. Got any lotion I can use? Yes, we'll have you set up with everything soon. She glances back, questions flickering in her eyes, though she doesn't voice them. I brush a kiss against her shoulder. I'm grateful she trusts me enough not to push right now. I wrap my arm around her waist, giving her a squeeze before pulling back. Get ready. I'll check if Darius has eaten. You don't have to look after him. You've got enough. I've got time for him. I cut her off gently, sliding my hand down her spine. Thank you. Her lips twitch into a small smile, though her eyes are still clouded. I push her hair aside and kiss between her shoulder blades. I should finish up if I'm going to be ready to meet them, she murmurs. I groan in protest. After everything that happened earlier, I know her body needs a break, but I can't seem to keep my hands off her. They can wait. She shakes her head. I don't want to give them more reason to dislike me. That hits me. They'll like you, sweetheart. Don't worry. She hesitates before asking softly, "What's my role today?" I frown slightly. Am I your assistant? Should I say something about Darius, or should he just stay in his room? I press my lips together. Now I understand her unease. You're here as my guest. I stop short of saying more, but she deserves the reassurance. She nods, relaxing slightly. I kiss her neck, then step out to grab moisturizer for her. After shaving and dressing, I lay out clothes for her. A pale pink silk shirt dress with a belt, paired with strappy sandals. It's elegant, understated, perfect for a Sunday. I pull on a polo and slacks for myself before heading down the hall. You up? I call toward Darius's room. He pokes his head out. Yeah. Eat anything yet? No. I wave him along, leading us to the kitchen. His skin is yellowed, too thin for his age. Let's get you something. Not really hungry. I ignore that, pulling eggs and bread from the fridge. Any other symptoms? Just tired all the time. I nod, filing it away. Tomorrow we'll get more answers from the doctor. How's the gaming system? Awesome, he says, breaking into a grin. Good. Use the pool whenever you like. My phone buzzes. Someone's at the gate. A limo sits outside. It rings, and I pick up. Hello? It's me, Wynn's deep voice replies. Open the gate. I press the button. You kept me waiting, he snaps. I scowl at the phone. 10 seconds isn't waiting, Wynn. It's easier to get into Windsor than your house, he fires back. I hang up, not interested in his complaints. If he wants this job, he can swap. I'll take Hania and Darius to England and let him deal with the wait here. The front door closes. Darius, go meet my brother. Sure. He heads off and returns a minute later with Wynn in tow. Wynn looks more severe than ever, lines deeper around his face. Eggs? I ask. Dinner time in England, he mutters. Check the fridge. If it's empty, the staff kitchen will be full from Friday's benefit. He grunts. Want something too? He asks Darius. Darius glances at me. Okay? Of course. Help yourself. Wynn leads him off, and they come back with full plates. The three of us eat until my phone buzzes again. One by one, my brothers arrive. The kitchen fills with chatter, food, and coffee. It feels strange, almost peaceful, to have them all here like this. Grizz pops a shrimp into his mouth. Wynn, remind Mother we'll be in England soon. She's driving me crazy with texts about wedding prep. She's excited, Wynn chuckles. One son married, another planning the wedding of the century. My phone dings again. Mason. I'm here. Who invited him? I ask, unlocking the gate anyway. I did, Wynn replies. Of course. Always taking charge. He thinks he doesn't answer to anyone. That's when Hania enters. She's wearing the dress I chose. Her hair soft waves down her back. Simple makeup, perfect. I reach for her hand, and she slips hers into mine. Hania, meet my brother Winston. Publicly, he's your Grace or Lord Grandmont. We call him Wynn. She curtsies, though I never told her to. Wynn gives a curt nod. Too curt for my liking. This is Hania Darvani, I finish firmly. Before anything more can be said, Mason strides in. Perfect timing. Lord Grandmont, a pleasure. Wynn shakes his hand. Mr. Kincaid. Now that we're all here, shall we begin? He hasn't even acknowledged Hania properly. Wynn, I rumble, low and warning. No staff on Sundays. We'll clean up first. This is my house, my rules. Hania leans close, whispering, I can handle it. Grizz's brows shoot up at that. You grab coffee, sweetheart. Then eat, I kiss her forehead and let go of her hand. Wynn made his move. The rest of this meeting will go my way. He might be the Duke, but in Vegas, when it comes to this company, he answers to me. Chapter 27. Tristan. With the kitchen tidied, we head upstairs to my office. It's spacious enough for everyone, but I still send Riker and Rush to pull extra chairs from storage. Instead of taking my usual seat, I perch on the edge of the desk. Between Mason and Wynn, I'll need every edge I can claim. Wynn and Mason occupy the leather chairs directly in front of me. I expect my other brothers to scatter around them once the spare chairs arrive, but they don't. They line up behind me instead, arms folded, standing tall. The four of them, shoulder to shoulder, in order of age, like sentinels. Wynn notices. His gaze sharpens. Mason clears his throat. Let's start with yesterday, Tris. Would you mind sharing with everyone what you told me? So I do. I walked them through how I ended up at Dimitri's place, why it sped up the timeline, and how this was always heading toward confrontation. This wasn't new. Just accelerated. Mason nods. I agree. I've been pushing hardest to cut Dimitri out of Vegas. You weren't alone, Killian growls from behind me. Man riddled my loft with bullets while Chloe was inside. That debt isn't forgotten. Mason gives a curt nod before turning back to me. I know asking you to carry out that takeover put you in a tough position. I wave it off. I walked into it willingly. It was the right move for Blackwell Brothers. Wynn finally cuts in, his tone like stone. And nearly tossing it all away over a maid. Was that the right move? My jaw tightens. Wynn. You'll show Hania respect, and you'll extend me the grace I've earned. His eyes stay hard, but Mason speaks next. If I can offer perspective, twice I asked my brothers to put business above women they were falling for. Neither time ended well. Wynn lets out a sharp laugh. My brother doesn't have a romance. He has rules. One of them, no feelings. I don't need you to define me, I snap back. Fine, I'll spell out my view instead. You made things worse. You might not have started this war, but you fed the fire. His voice is iron. I meet his glare with my own. He isn't wrong. But Gris breaks in. So what? He was supposed to let Hania be auctioned off? Yes. Wynn straightens. She should have lived with her own choices. Mason starts to rise, but I lift a hand. No. This is between me and him. I turn on Wynn. When's the last time you gave up anything for this family? Answered to anyone? A heavy silence settles. I lead this family, Wynn fires back. I don't answer to you. Bullshit. I slide off the desk. A real leader sacrifices first. You? What do you give up? Your polo matches? Your seat in the Lords? His jaw twitches, but I don't stop. The one at the helm takes the hardest calls and the fallout. That's me. Always me. Don't pretend you understand the weight. With me in charge, none of this would have happened. I'm done with this. I turn my back. Take it then. Run the show. I'll build my own. Don't even think about it, Grizz snarls. I spin, ready to face him, but his glare is fixed on Wynn. If Tristan walks, I walk too. Wynn sneers. Of course. Twins. Riker steps forward, jabbing a finger at Wynn. No, it's not that. Tristan's been steering this ship from day one. He breaks the waves so the rest of us can move forward. That includes you. Killian circles around the desk, planting himself at my side. He takes the hits so we don't have to. Even you, Wynn. You're not here enough to see it. For a moment, my chest swells. Killian and I have clashed plenty, but him standing here now, it hits deep. I grip his shoulder, gratitude pulsing through me. Wynn scans us, fury staining his face. So you all think I've sacrificed nothing? That I've been coasting while you've carried the load? I let go of Killian. Have you? You've always had each other. His voice cracks slightly. I've been on the outside my whole life. I pause. He isn't wrong. True. You have. His shoulders drop the slightest bit. So tell me this. Charging into Dimitri's den was supposed to help us how? Mason clears his throat. I suggested Killian deliver a more permanent solution, but I said no. I cut in. Killian's not that man anymore. I won't drag him back into that darkness. Killian clamps a hand on my shoulder. But if family safety is on the line, I'll do what I must. Wynne curses under his breath, storms toward the door, and slams it behind him. Rush steps forward. I'll talk to him. Let him. I don't care. I'm not interested in compromise. Wynne can do whatever he damn well pleases. Now that the shouting's over, Gris mutters, what's our plan for Dimitri before it comes to blood? Buy him out, I answer. Offer him enough to vanish, start fresh elsewhere. Mason scowls. I hate it. He deserves worse. Revenge doesn't build stability or profit. Decide what matters most, Mason. It's time to show your hand. His lips twitch. You're spoiling for a fight today. My priorities have shifted. I pause. I'm less interested in more money, more focused on Hania, Gris interrupts. He isn't wrong. Which means I need the most stable ground possible. Mason exhales sharply. Fine. But whatever you pay him, deduct the cost of repairing Temptation and Killian's loft. It's steep, but fair. Agreed. I'll set up the meeting. Just as I'm about to close the session, the office door opens again. Wynne steps back in, scowl firmly in place. I brace for another fight, until he pulls a small velvet box from his jacket and slaps it onto my desk. I frown. What's that? Mother sent it. I think it's ridiculous, but I promised to deliver it. I flip it open. Inside, a sapphire catches the light, brilliant and cold. What's this for? You tell me. He slices the air with his hand, then storms out again. Killian chuckles, clapping me on the back. She gave me Chloe's ring, too. I snap the box shut. I didn't ask for this. But the question gnaws at me. How far am I willing to go with Hania? Killian smirks. Well, now that you've got it, what are you planning to do?
Chapter 28. Hania. I'm perched on the edge of Darius's bed as he shows me his third new video game. I've never cared much about gaming, but I smile and nod anyway. What matters is seeing him light up. There's been so little joy in his life lately. I'll take every scrap. After a while, he drops the controller and swivels toward me. So, when did your boss turn into your boyfriend? What? My pulse skips. He must have figured it out. I slept in Tristan's room last night. That's what he told his brothers, Darius says, like it's no big deal. That you're his girlfriend. I open and close my mouth, heat rising to my face. I never asked Tristan to call me that. Honestly, I don't like that he did. It's not that I want to be just his employee or some casual fling. It's that, as much as I admire his confidence, as much as he makes me feel safe, as much as I'm drawn to him, feelings are dangerous. What I need more than protection is someone who stays. My father left, and when he did, our lives collapsed. I'm still patching the holes. I think about Tristan's promise, that he'll leave me better than he found me. But leaving always hurts, no matter what comes before. And Tristan? Everyone knows he doesn't keep women around long. My chest tightens. Listen, Dar, I know what it sounds like, but he's the type who has a lot of girlfriends. We shouldn't get too comfortable. Darius studies me. Doesn't look that way. He moved us in, packed our clothes. Seems like he wants us here. My stomach twists. I hadn't even considered. Darius will have to go through the breakup too. It won't just be me. I should have thought of that sooner, but the last few days have been chaos. I let myself lean into Tristan, take a breather from carrying everything alone. No excuses, though. I let myself get swept up. Another mistake for the list. But right now, I need to think about what's best for Darius. Tristan appears in the doorway. What are you two up to? I'm showing her the games. Darius answers quickly, restarting the console. I press my palms together, staring down. What do I even say? I've got a quick call, then how about the three of us hit the pool? Awesome! Darius grins before I can respond. I rise, smoothing my skirt. You don't have to come out with us if you're busy. Tristan just holds out his hand. After a steadying breath, I slip mine into his and he tugs me close. Right here is where I want to be. My heart softens, and I know that's the problem. When he's not around, I can reason with myself, but when he's near, I melt. How'd it go with your family? A pause. Most of us are aligned. That's what matters. When? I already know his oldest brother doesn't like me. After yesterday, I don't blame him. He's not happy. But honestly, he's never happy. Don't put that on yourself. Because of me, I murmur, guilt creeping in. Tristan wraps his arms around me. This is his issue, not yours. My other brothers get it. That's what counts. I'm not convinced, I whisper, breathing him in. If Darius and I are causing trouble, you're not. He cuts me off, squeezing me tighter. Then his lips brush my temple. 10 minutes, then we'll head outside. I let go and drift toward the bedroom to change. That's when I notice his brothers, and Mason, leaving his office. Mason catches my eye, lifts a hand, and even winks. I give a small wave back, but my teeth sink into my bottom lip. Wynn's open dislike already makes me wonder what the rest think of me. A social climber? Just another fling? The thought makes me wince. They're nearly at the door when I blurt, Mason? All of them turn. Hey, Hania, he answers warmly. Could I have a word? My voice wavers. The whole group pauses. Not exactly the private talk I wanted. Of course, Mason says, curious eyes on me. No one moves. Looks like I'm doing this here. I just wanted to thank you for giving me that waitressing job. Mason smiles. My pleasure. I'm only sorry you weren't with us longer. Relief softens me. I swallow. I appreciate it. And I was hoping to ask, if I ever need work again. I wave vaguely at the mansion around us. Could I call you? His brows lift. Always. My shoulders sag with relief. Thank you. Worried about Tristan? Grizz asks, blunt as ever. I stiffen. The real answer is yes, but I keep it measured. I just need a plan and a backup plan. I can't afford not to. Mason touches my elbow lightly. Understandable. But know this, Tristan won't let you or your brother go without, and still, you can always come to me. Thanks, I whisper, genuinely moved. I head back up the stairs, but footsteps follow. Turning, I see Killian and Grizz at the bottom. Panic flickers. Did I cross a line? I hope I didn't offend, I say quickly. I wasn't questioning Tristan. I have to think of my brother. Killian arches a brow. Honestly, I'm surprised more women don't approach Tristan with caution. His record's terrible. If I had a sister, I wouldn't let her near him. A laugh escapes me, tension easing. Thanks for being so straightforward. Most people hate it, he chuckles. He nods at Grizz. I asked him to stick around in case I made you uneasy. That baffles me. Why would you make me nervous? Grizz grunts, but Killian just shrugs. Point is, we've seen you two together. Even at the benefit, it was clear. You and Tris, you work. My lips part. Really? Killian nods. And if things don't work out, Mason's not the only one you can call. Any of us will help. Grizz raises a hand. We debated whether Riker and Rush should say it since they're single, or if you'd trust the taken ones more. Either way, you're not alone. Emotion stings my eyes. That means so much. Thank you. Killian scratches his jaw. One last thing. Tris mentioned your father left. Do you know where he went? My gaze drops. I don't like talking about it. But yeah, he left. His name was Darius Darvani Sr. He asks a few more questions, but my nerves fray. That's all in the past. He softens. Of course. Sorry for prying. He starts down the stairs. I retreat to the bedroom, ready to change into my swimsuit, but my head is swirling. The deeper I get with Tristan, the clearer it is. Heartbreak is inevitable. Mason, Grizz, Killian, they gave me reassurance. But the truth is, I have to protect Darius first, no matter how much my heart wants Tristan.
Chapter 29. Tristan. Once everyone clears out, I pick up my phone and dial Dimitri. He answers on the third ring. Tristan. Dimitri. How was your evening? His tone is sharp, mocking. Enjoy yourself? What happens between Hania and me isn't his business, but I've got a job to do. I met with my partners this morning. We've got a proposal for you. An offer? He growls. What kind of offer? You've still got 2 casinos. One's the place I was in last night. Go to hell, Blackwell. You and your brothers. Don't you want to hear the terms first? I give him a pause, a chance to settle. It's not a bad deal. And though his main income comes from drugs, starting over in a new city is messy. But maybe he's ready. He's got a young daughter. You're offering a buyout, he snaps. Exactly. You've put bullets through my brother's walls while his fiancée was home. You bombed one of Mason's clubs. Did you think this ends with us all playing nice in Vegas? He spits something harsh in Russian. Mason promised me an agreement. You think we don't know about the deal you tried cutting with the Italians? That agreement was dead the second you did. More Russian curses spill down the line. That arrangement was to smooth things over. To move forward, not backward. I don't care about his spin. Hania was never his to barter with. If anything, he should be paying for what he almost did. This deal gives you enough money to start fresh somewhere else. It's more than fair. You insult me. As a Russian, as a man. You think I'll let you force me into retirement? You could build something new. Go legitimate or stay in the shadows, it's your call. But Mason and I will buy your casinos and the clubs you front your brothels through. Market price. No better deal is coming. You and I both know that's not where my real income lies. His fury vibrates through every word. I'm not leaving Vegas. Then sell the rest. Move your product somewhere else. Again, your call. I refuse. I exhale hard. Don't make me do to your other places what I did to the last casino. That'll cost you more and drag out longer. Think it over. Call me when you've got sense, I hang up. I know I've just cornered a dangerous man, but this can't drag on. It's time to finish it. Shoving away from the desk, I head to the bedroom. The house is quiet, too quiet for a Sunday. Outside by the pool, I spot Hania and Darius. Darius snoozes on a lounge chair while Hania fusses with an umbrella to shade him. She's in a small bikini, the sun on her skin, her every curve lit up. She looks stunning, but what gets me most is how tender she is with her brother. My chest softens, my body hardens. Will I ever get enough of her? Probably not. Every little thing she does just ties me tighter. I strip down, swap into swim trunks, and grab towels. I can't remember the last time I used the pool. Hania's the one who's made this house feel alive again. When I step outside, she's stretched on a chair, sunlight draped across her body. I stop, just watching. She catches me staring and smiles. He's wiped out. Stayed up half the night with that game system, I think. I wince. Not because of the console, I bought it for him, but because a boy his age should be bursting with energy. His exhaustion says otherwise. I sit down beside Hania, placing my hand flat against her stomach. We'll get him better, Hania. Her gaze flickers away, teeth pressing to her lip. I know that look. Something's eating at her. I press my mouth to her jaw. What's on your mind? You've already done too much. My hand slides to her waist. Not nearly enough. She turns to me, so close her breath brushes my cheek. Tristan. There's a warning in her voice. My fingers tangle into her hair. Why do I feel like I'm about to get a lecture? Her face twists with pain, and I tense. If it were just me, I'd let you in as far as you wanted. Her words hit me wrong. Hurt stirs beneath my ribs. I've heard this kind of setup before. My grip tightens in her hair. You ending this? She shakes her head. No, but I think maybe Darius and I should go back to our apartment. My jaw clenches. You think I'm bad for your brother? Her lip trembles. Our dad left. Our mom died. So? If Darius lets himself depend on you, and then you leave, like you did with Veronica, it hits me. To her, I'm the man with an expiration date, the 30-day boyfriend. And yeah, I technically bought her virginity, but that was protection, not a transaction. You're not like them, Hania. Her frown deepens. Maybe. But anyone I let into my life, into Darius's life, I have to know they'll stay. If not for me, then for him. She'd rather break things off than risk hurting her brother. That's how far she goes for the people she loves. So what? You don't want to? I let her hair go, straightening. She mirrors me, always tuned to my movements. Darius can't rely on you only for you to walk away. We've known each other a week. I'm not promising forever. Truth is, I was close. But I can't admit that now. Not with her doubting me. She folds in on herself, pulling her knees up. My irritation fades. She's so fragile right now, I just want to shield her. And that's when it clicks. She doesn't just need protection. She's scared I'll be the one to hurt her. Or her brother. I scoop her onto my lap. She melts against me, arms around my neck, her whole body seeking mine. She needs me. She's just afraid to trust that need. I get it. Her father failed her. I know that pain, which means I can't play games with her heart. Not hers. For her, it's all or nothing. And I already know which it is for me. Hania. I kiss her. Slow. Careful. You can trust me. I want to, she whispers. So much. Relief loosens me. You've turned this place into a home. I need you to know that. Her eyes widen. Really? Really? I won't push too far, not yet, but I can remind her of the one promise I already made. No matter what, I'll leave you better than I found you. That hasn't changed. I know. And I'm grateful. But our hearts, mine and Darius's, they're fragile. That's why I've avoided dating. I can't risk him. His needs come first. I cup her cheek. Then trust me to help with those needs too. She studies me for a long second before giving a small nod. That's all I need. I kiss her again, deep, slow, my hand sliding up her spine. Gross, Darius groans, jolting me into laughter. You'll get it someday, I call as Hania giggles. Darius mutters about naps and stalks inside. Hania threads her fingers into my hair. He likes you. He's just not used to this. Not since our parents. This might be the first time he's seen me with anyone. That conversation can wait. For now, I just kiss her again, wrapping her tight in my arms. The heat of the sun drives me to stand with her still in my arms. I step into the pool, water closing over us. She locks her legs around my waist, her body pressed flush against mine. The water slaps gently around us, teasing me with the thought of moving inside her again. I tug at her bikini bottoms, freeing her. What if someone sees? She whispers. No one but him, and he's asleep. I ease her suit away, then shove down my trunks. I slide into her, slow. She hisses, and I still. Does it hurt? A little, she breathes, but I love feeling this close to you. Me too. I hold her against the pool wall, hidden from the house, and move gently inside her. Each thrust has me gritting my teeth. You'll let me take care of you, won't you? Yes, she answers, kissing my neck. Her words feed something in me. I want forever with her, whether I've said it or not. We move slow, steady, until she gasps, trembling around me. I follow, spilling into her with a groan. Afterward, her head rests back against the stone. Tristan? Yeah, love. I want to help. With your family, your work, anything. I want to help. I hold her close. This, her giving to me when the world is pulling me apart, is everything I've been missing. You already do, sweetheart. I kiss her shoulder. I love you. Tears glisten in her eyes. I love you too. Then let's go inside and nap, I whisper, because right now, all I want is her in my arms.
Chapter 30. Hania. I wake in Tristan's arms, sunlight spilling through the windows and casting a golden glow across the room. Yesterday had been spent mostly wrapped up in each other, except for the hours we shared with Darius. And now, this morning, Tristan insists on going with me to my brother's appointment. The truth? I'm relieved. For so long, I've carried the weight of Darius's care alone. To share even a fraction of it feels like a blessing. Still, I know Tristan shoulders the burdens of his own family, and I need to figure out how I can be a help to him, not just another responsibility. Maybe that's why Wynn, his older brother, looks at me the way he does. He probably thinks I'm draining Tristan's energy, pulling him from where he should be. Somehow, I need to prove him wrong. Beside me, Tristan sleeps soundly, his face more relaxed than I've ever seen. He usually wakes before me, so I've rarely had the chance to simply watch him like this. I lean up on one elbow, studying him, my chest tightening with how much I love him, and yet, the fear lingers that I won't be enough, that he's not meant to love someone like me. But fear won't keep me from trying. If I want love, I have to give trust too, even though that's always been the hardest thing for me. Tristan is the last man I should have fallen for. My employer, a man with a reputation for keeping women only briefly. But against all logic, he's exactly what I've needed. I lean down, brush my nose against his cheek, press a soft kiss to his jaw, and roll out of bed toward the shower. Where are you sneaking off to? His voice is rough with sleep, rumbling as he rolls and cages me in his arms. I laugh softly as he pulls me close. To the shower. Without me? That's a crime. He nips at my neck, holding me tighter. I laugh harder, batting at his hands. We'll be late. And we both know what happens when you get in the shower with me. He keeps me trapped a moment longer, then finally releases me. Want me to pick out something for you to wear? I smile. Tristan's taste is impeccable, and I've loved every outfit he's chosen for me. Only if you don't mind. Why would I mind? I chew at my lip. Another insecurity sneaks in. Because I don't want to be someone who takes more work from you. In a heartbeat, he flips me beneath him, his weight pressing me into the mattress. Don't ever think that, Hania. But he silences me with a kiss, his mouth commanding, his tongue sweeping against mine. When he finally pulls back, his dark eyes lock on mine. Everything shines brighter since you came into my life. That's all you need to know. Then he's up, heading for the closet. I push to my feet, pausing in the bathroom doorway. My life shines brighter too, I admit softly. I want to be the best I can be for you. Promise you'll tell me if you need more from me? He doesn't reply right away, and worry pinches at me as I step inside. But before I can start the water, Tristan appears in the doorway. Already picked something? I ask. I did. He holds a small velvet box in his hand, and my breath catches. Tristan. Open it. He places the box in my palm. I lift the lid, gasping at the sapphire surrounded by glittering diamonds. What is this? A family heirloom. My mother sent it. My brows knit. Why would she? In case I wanted to propose? My gaze snaps to his. You're... Hania. His voice is steady, certain. Will you marry me? I stare at the ring, my throat thick. But what? His frown deepens, and I panic at the thought of irritating him. It's just... My voice wavers. You've had so many choices. I can't believe I'm the one you want. He plucks the ring from the box. Because none of them were you. None of them made me fall in love the way you did. Emotion bubbles up, spilling into a smile as I hold out my hand. He slides the ring onto my finger, and it sparkles in the morning light. I love you, I whisper. He grins, his tone teasing. Official answer, please. Business terms. Yes, I shout joyfully, throwing my arms around his neck. Yes! He kisses me deeply before lifting me in his arms and carrying me toward the shower. No distracting me, future Mrs. Blackwell. We've got an appointment. I giggle as he sets me under the spray. By some miracle, we manage to be dressed and ready within 45 minutes. As I head back toward the bathroom, he eyes me. I just want to blow out my hair, I explain. Breakfast? I'll eat after. I'll make you a coffee to go. That thought makes me smile. As I dry my hair, I think about curling it too. Not just because I want to look beautiful for Tristan, though I do, but also because looking good helps me feel braver when I'm nervous. And doctor. Lawrence's office always makes me nervous. When I come downstairs, Tristan hands me a coffee, Darius chewing toast beside him. Relief eases me as we head out the door together. At the clinic, we arrive with time to spare. Darius doesn't ask about the ring, and I don't tell him. Not yet. Right now, all that matters is him. In the exam room, Darius perches on the table while Tristan and I take the family chairs. The space feels smaller than usual with Tristan beside me, but far less frightening. Dr. Lawrence comes in, stopping short when his eyes land on Tristan in his tailored shirt and slacks. Dr. Lawrence Tristan stands, offering his hand. Tristan Blackwell. I know who you are, the doctor replies, throat clearing. I invest in property myself. You and the Kincaids? It's a pleasure. Hi, doctor, I wave softly, the sapphire flashing on my finger. His eyes flick to it before he sits on his stool. The paperwork's in order for me to discuss everything in front of Mr. Blackwell? Yes. I nod quickly. He asked me about other treatment options, and I told him we hadn't pursued them for financial reasons. He's here to explore them with us. The doctor shifts, his expression thoughtful. We can discuss alternatives, but the potential donor we thought had recovered is facing complications. Donor? Darius scowls at me. I know that look. He hates when I keep things from him. It wasn't certain, I say softly. But let him finish, Tristan interjects. Instantly, Darius quiets. I glance at him sideways, surprised. Maybe I'm not the only one who's been needing someone steady like Tristan. Dr. Lawrence nods. There's still a strong chance we'll have a liver for Darius in the next few days. Tears prick my eyes. This time there's no looming fear about money, only hope. Hope for a future with my brother. I press a trembling hand to my mouth as Tristan's fingers slide into mine, his grip strong and reassuring. How likely? He asks. 70 to 80%, the doctor replies. My chest swells with relief, with gratitude. Tristan asks questions, Darius chimes in, but all I can do is breathe. After all the years of struggle, we've finally reached a turning point. Life is getting better. And I know deep down, it's because I let Tristan into my heart.
Chapter 31. Tristan. When we return home, I do something I haven't allowed myself in years. I take the rest of the day off. I send a blanket message letting everyone know I'm unavailable. After a hearty lunch, even Darius eats more than usual. We all head to the pool. I leave my phone behind. I don't want to hear from my brothers, my office, or anyone else. Today, I want silence. I want peace. I want time with Hania and Darius. We talk about Darius's potential surgery and the recovery ahead. There will be challenges, no doubt, but that only makes me more determined to savor this day while we have it. We swim, eat, laugh. Simple things, but I can't remember the last time I felt this kind of calm. My body, my mind, both are unwinding in ways they haven't in years. As the sun sinks, we move inside for dinner, then upstairs. I finally glance at my phone on the counter. 17 missed calls and a dozen voicemails. I slide it into my pocket. Tomorrow can handle itself. Tonight is ours. I'm a few steps behind them on the stairs when Darius glances at Hania. Want to see the game I'm learning? Need for Speed? What's that? She asks. A racing simulator. I'm learning to drive. Hania snorts. You can't learn to drive from a video game. I grin. Actually, a guy once became a pro driver after mastering racing games. Don't encourage him, she shoots back. Fine, Darius mutters, then brightens. But when I get better, can I learn to drive for real? Hania looks at me nervously. My brows lift. Hania, do you drive? She shakes her head. We've never had a car. I guess I'll be teaching you both then. Darius cheers, but Hania turns back down the stairs, throwing her arms around my neck and pressing her lips to mine. I know what she's thinking, that it's one more thing I'm giving her. But I don't see it as giving. It's what I do. It's who I am. Providing for those I love has always been my role. Only this time I get something back. Her warmth, her love, her presence in my bed. She's still in her bikini with a pair of shorts slung low on her hips. My hands slide across her back as Darius huffs and disappears into his room. I chuckle against her mouth, lifting her leg to hook around my waist. She's a step above me, the perfect angle, and I press against her. Shower first? Or bed? Or both? I murmur. Before she can answer, a voice cuts through the air. How about a little business first? Every muscle in me locks. That voice is unmistakable, deep, cold, Russian. Dmitry Ivanov. I slowly release Hania, turning to see him at the bottom of the stairs, a pistol leveled at my chest. Inside my pocket, my phone vibrates. Too late. Business now? I ask, stepping down one stair. He pulls back the hammer of the gun, and I freeze. Fine. My office? But his gaze shifts past me. Princessa, he says, his eyes sliding to Hania. Even more beautiful than when I first met you. My jaw tightens. She's not part of this. Wrong, he growls. This is repayment for sending your brother after my family. No one pointed a weapon at your family, I bite out. Killian stayed in the shadows. I knew, he snaps. Behind me, Hania gasps. My stomach sinks. She has no idea what I've done to keep her safe. I reach for her, but she doesn't take my hand. If I survive this, what will she think of me then? Later. First, I have to get her safe, and then I'll deal with this bastard. You went after my girl first, I say. Wrong. I'd have to know she was yours for that to be true. I'm so sorry, Hania whispers from behind me. I didn't know I started all this. It's not on you, I snap gently. You couldn't have known. I reach again, but this time she slides past me, trying to put herself between me and his gun. No. I grab her arm, pulling her back, but the stairs make it hard to shield her. I'd have to lift her, and that would mean turning my back on Dimitri. She resists, pressing forward, desperate to shield me instead. Ridiculous. Brave, but ridiculous. Tristan, she whispers. Promise me you'll look after Darius. I rumble low. You'll be here to do that yourself. Dimitri and I will settle this without dragging you in. Dimitri steps closer. Not this time. You threaten my family. I bring yours into play. Call your brother, Hania. Get him down here. Hania stiffens, her fingers threading with mine. Then she does something unexpected. Steps forward. I never thanked you, Mr. Ivanov, she says softly. His brow furrows. For what? Leaving with Tristan saved my brother and me. You gave us our lives back. You're welcome, Dimitri sneers. But understand, grace is over. Please, she whispers, lifting her hands. We can... That's it. Enough. I scoop her into my arms, pulling her away from his line of fire. She won't be my shield. Not now, not ever. I know she'd give herself to protect me, but I won't let her. Stop! Dimitri snarls, firing into the ceiling. The shot cracks like thunder. Hania screams. I throw her to the side, then launch myself down the stairs. My body collides with his, tackling him to the floor a split second before he can aim again. We hit hard. His gun skitters across the floor. He recovers fast, a fist slamming into my ribs. Pain explodes through me, but I jam my fingers into his throat. He gags, and I drive my knee into his gut. You knew, I growl. Brittany was your plant. You used her to lead Hania to you. His eyes widen. Truth lands. Then, another click. I twist. Hania stands there, hands shaking, Dimitri's gun pointed steady. Brittany? Was a plant? She whispers. What does that mean? I rise, stepping carefully toward her, never taking my eyes off Dimitri. I ease the weapon from her trembling grip. He paid her to spy. First at the wedding, then at the benefit. She convinced you to go to him, and he planned to use you against me. Dimitri pushes up to his knees. Tristan, We'll talk business again, I snap, but drop the lies. You never gave Hania to me as some kindness. It was leverage, a tactic. Killian stalked my family. The nanny counts as family? My voice is low, lethal. You shot up his home, with his fiancée inside. You don't get to cry foul. Tristan, Hania whispers, her voice trembling behind me. Go upstairs, sweetheart. Now. Dimitri lifts his hands. Trust is broken. I see that. I'm glad you do. I keep my stance steady. Hania, go. Not yet, another voice says, deep and unfamiliar from behind me. My blood goes cold. Another man. And he's here.
Chapter 32. Hania. I whirl around at the sound of the voice. Tristan's brother, Win, stands just behind me. A gasp escapes as I instinctively press my back to Tristan's chest. His hand comes to rest firmly at my hip, grounding me. Win's eyes sweep over the scene, lingering on the ring glittering on my finger. His lips press thin before his gaze slides past me to Dimitri. So, you set her up to get to my brother? That's exactly what happened, Tristan growls, his grip on me tightening. How much of this did you hear? Long enough to watch your woman step between you and a loaded gun, Win replies, arms folding across his chest. And you didn't think to step in sooner? You had it handled, Win says smoothly. You usually do. Tristan jerks his chin once. Dimitri and I were discussing terms. I'll sell you the casinos. Dimitri cuts in, voice hard. But I'm not leaving Vegas. Tristan's tone is ice. I'm the one with the gun here. Dimitri shrugs. I know Mason wants me gone. Control is always his endgame. Sooner or later, he'll turn that on you, too. I feel Tristan stiffen, and my pulse quickens. Could Dimitri be right? What are you suggesting? Tristan asks. I'll give you the casinos for next to nothing. In return, Dimitri points straight at him. You align with my family the way you've tied yourself to the Kincaids. Confusion rattles me. Align? How? Win's eyes narrow. It's not a bad idea. The British sealed alliances through marriage for centuries. The implication slams into me. He's suggesting Tristan marry into Dimitri's family. My throat tightens as I glance at the ring on my finger. The sapphire blurs through my tears. Tristan's dream has always been about protecting and expanding his family's empire. Now, here it is, right in front of him. Enough! Tristan snaps. His voice holds no triumph, only anger. Win, call Mason. Now. I swallow back a sob, my chest aching. This was always how it would end. Tristan was never meant to be mine. His hand squeezes my hip, but his words cut like glass. Go upstairs, Hania. Check on Darius. I'm fine, Darius calls from the top of the stairs. Was that a gunshot? Get in your room, I shout, forcing myself away from Tristan. My legs carry me past Win, up the second staircase, anywhere that doesn't take me near Dimitri. Tears burn my cheeks before I even reach the landing. Tristan promised to leave my life better than he found it, and he will. Darius will get his surgery. That much I know. But happily ever after, that might never be mine. At the top of the stairs, I find Darius standing with his hands stuffed deep in his shorts pockets, his shoulders slumped. I wrap my arms around him. He holds me back, murmuring, Don't worry, Hania. It'll work out. I shake my head and tug him toward Tristan's room. My fiancé might already be planning another wedding, his real wedding. One that doesn't include me. The house is unnervingly silent for the next 2 hours. I know they're still here, Win, Dimitri, Tristan. None of them have left. At some point, Darius drifts into sleep. I marvel at his ability to rest anywhere, any time. I curl on the floor by the bed, arms around myself. As long as Darius is safe, I remind myself, I've won. But inside, my chest feels ready to splinter. The door opens. Tristan steps inside. I shoot up, dizzy with dread. In 2 strides, he's beside me, pulling me into his arms. "Sweetheart." The sob I've been fighting nearly bursts free. I cling to him anyway, stealing whatever strength I can. I can't even voice the question clawing at me. He presses a kiss to my hair. "Just so you're ready, this house is about to get very crowded." "What does that mean?" I tip my head back, confused. Riker, Rush, and Wynn are staying. Killian and Grizz will head out with their wives to keep things spread out. Safer that way. Safe? My chest tightens. "We made a deal with Dimitri," he admits, "but no one knows if he'll keep it." And Mason's furious. My knees weaken. My throat burns. "You agreed to it." His dark eyes meet mine. "I think Wynn's a fool. But yes, we agreed." My stomach turns. My hand shakes as I pull at the ring on my finger. "What are you doing?" he asks sharply, covering my hands with his. "I'm giving it back," I whisper, forcing the words through my tears. "You made the deal. You're marrying." Tristan doesn't let me finish. He slides the ring back onto my finger, firm and sure. "I'm marrying you, Hania." I blink at him, stunned. "But..." "You're the exception to every rule I've ever had," he says fiercely. "You think I'd waste my life on some stranger after finally finding you?" Not a chance. The deal? It can burn. That was Wynn's choice, not mine. "I thought this was what you wanted, what you've worked for all these years." I want to build, to work with my family, but I'm not sacrificing my happiness, or yours, for it. Not anymore. Hope flares in my chest, wild and unsteady. "But the casinos?" He shrugs. "Turns out I want you more." Then he's kissing me, lifting me clean off the floor. My tears spill again, but they're warm, relieved, grateful. "Oh, seriously?" "You two again?" Darius groans, pushing up from the bed. Tristan chuckles. "My brothers are staying here." "Rush loves racing games. You should ask him to teach you a few moves." Darius lights up, pumping a fist. "Can I go to my room now?" "It's cool," Tristan nods. "But tomorrow, a new security system gets installed. We'll all learn it." Darius grins. "So we're staying?" "You're staying," Tristan confirms. I collapse against his chest, my relief too big for words. Wynn appears at the door. "I'll wait for Riker and Rush." "Thanks," Tristan replies. "Wait." I look between them. If we're still marrying, then who is Dimitri expecting? "That's for another day," Tristan interrupts, pulling me toward the bathroom. Wynn's voice follows as he leaves. "Welcome to the family." I frown. Why is he suddenly so civil? He didn't like me before. Tristan's mouth brushes my ear. "He probably thought you were working with Dimitri or using me to help your brother." "I would never," I say sharply, but my protest is cut short when Tristan spins me around, his arms tightening around me. His lips graze the back of my neck. His voice is low, dangerous. "I know that, my love. But hear me now. You never put yourself in front of a gun for me again. That's not your fight. Do you understand?" Emotion wells in my throat. "Then what is my role?" His answer is firm. Making this place a home. Caring for Darius. Chasing your own dreams. But the dangers? Those belong to me. I exhale, tears spilling again, but this time they're tears of love. "I love you." He presses his forehead to mine. "I know. And that's what matters." The weight inside me eases. For the first time in forever, I feel safe. Truly safe. And in Tristan's arms, I know I am exactly where I'm meant to be.
Epilogue. Tristan. The sharp buzz of my phone jolts me from a dead sleep. It's been 2 days since Dimitri stormed into my house. I'll deal with him soon enough. Once he lets his guard down and I've secured his casinos. I swipe to answer. "Hello? Tristan?" A man's voice I don't recognize. I sit up instantly, alert. Yes. This is Dr. Lawrence, Darius's physician. Beside me, Hania is still asleep. I rest my hand on her hip, ready to wake her. What time is it? 3 a.m, he replies, clearing his throat. Sorry to wake you. I tried Hania's number but got no answer. I need Darius at the hospital by 6. I nudge Hania. This is the call we've been waiting for. You've found a donor. We have, he confirms, relief and hope threading his words. Then we'll be there. The doctor gives me a rundown of the next steps while Hania stirs, blinking her eyes open. I trail my hand up her arm, cupping her cheek. She mumbles, "What is it?" It's happening. Darius is scheduled for surgery today. Her whole body bolts upright, dark hair tumbling over her shoulders. She has no idea I've already spent the past 2 days preparing, hiring private nurses, arranging a recovery bed for home. She'll want to care for her brother herself, but I'll make sure she has all the help she needs. She throws the covers back and nearly stumbles, still groggy. I steady her with a hand at her hip. Thank you, Doctor. Lawrence. We'll see you shortly, I say, ending the call. Hania looks at me anxiously. What should we do first? Lie back down for a minute, I tell her gently. Give yourself time to wake up. She sinks back against the pillows, and I cover her with my body, holding her close. This is incredible, she whispers against my throat. And terrifying. We'll face it one step at a time. Together. Her legs hook around my waist, her arms around my neck, pulling me even closer. I kiss her, slow and deep, until both of us are breathless. God, I love her. Then a knock rattles the door. I groan, annoyed. What? I heard you on the phone, Riker calls. Did you get the same message I did? I sigh. Having my brothers here has made the house feel crowded. I'd forgotten how much they like to involve themselves in everything. Whenever Hania leaves the room, they tease me endlessly about how loud things get between us. They're not wrong. We've been shaking the rafters. But this is my house, and she's the love of my life. I'm not apologizing. My call was from Dr. Lawrence, I say, kissing Hania once more before slipping out of bed. Pulling on athletic pants, I crack the door. Who called you? The night manager at the Star, Riker says. Why's he calling you? Riker grimaces. Something happened with one of Dimitri's sisters. He didn't want to call Dimitri directly. Which sister? The younger one. I nod slowly. We haven't made it public, but Riker has agreed to an arranged marriage with Dimitri's eldest sister in exchange for taking over management of the new casinos. It's his promotion, and my chance to focus on my own family. Need help? He shakes his head. No, I'll handle it. Just tell Darius I'm wishing him luck. Gentle with her, I remind him. The deal isn't finalized yet. He salutes and disappears down the stairs. I close the door and turn back. We've got a few hours before waking Darius, and from the look in Hania's eyes as she peels the covers back, I know exactly how I'm spending them. With her.
Bonus epilogue. Hania. 1 year later. I smooth my shorts over my hips, my hand resting lightly on the small swell of my stomach. Hopefully, no one notices when I put on my wedding dress this weekend. It's finally happening. Tristan and I are getting married. We'd meant to do it sooner, but life had other plans. Darius's recovery came first, then school for me, business for him, and what felt like a constant stream of family weddings. After the whirlwind start to our relationship, we were content to take engagement slowly. But when I found out last month that I was pregnant, Tristan planned a wedding in a week. Not that I didn't have a say, I did. My first request was simple. The wedding had to be at home. The ballroom is perfect and nowhere else feels right. Now, standing beneath its chandeliers, I grab a duster and place a ladder beneath one of the crystal fixtures. "What on earth are you doing?" Mrs. Wraith gasps from the doorway. "If Mr. Blackwell sees." "I'm ahead of you!" Tristan's deep voice rumbles from across the room. I wrinkle my nose at him. "The crystals need cleaning." "Not by you." He strides toward me, still managing to steal my breath after all this time. "Everyone's busy!" I've got the energy, I huff, climbing another rung. He stops at the base of the ladder. "Come down, sweetheart." When I glare, he sighs. "Please." I hesitate but climb down halfway before his hands grip my waist, lifting me easily into his arms. His palm settles protectively over my belly. "No ladders for you." "The chandelier still needs polishing." "I figured you'd say that." "I hired a service for tomorrow." He nuzzles my ear, tightening his hold. Mrs. Wraith slips quietly away as I loop my arms around his neck. I'm just excited, trying to stay busy. "Then come help me supervise." The florist needs decisions on the archway. I remember Brittany once saying she dreamed of marrying a man who could shower her in flowers. That never mattered to me. Tristan bends, kissing me until I melt against him. "We could do that," I murmur. "Or," he chuckles, "the florist will be fine without us." Then he scoops me up and heads for the stairs at a sprint. In 2 days, I'll walk down the aisle as Mrs. Blackwell. Tristan is still my dream come true.